Bienvenue, willkommen, como estas? This is Trovo Titans Apex Legends Finals. I'm Sherzy1. This is EMEF. Ali, how are you?
I'm doing good, mate. How are you doing today?
Not doing too badly. We've got 6 teams of a Battle Royale, and we'll be touching down in Kings Canyon, Olympus, and indeed World's Edge. All 3 maps involved today, Ali. Do you think that could throw up some surprises?
Oh, yeah, it's a very unique format. Probably the only one that I've seen in my experiences. Um, yeah, the maps really shake things up, especially when it comes to landings.
Does it change things in terms of, we're obviously used to World's Edge being the competitive map. That's the one that all these pro players are used to. So does this give a chance for maybe some of the teams that haven't shone in the past, maybe that this could be their break?
Well, yeah, the styles of the maps are very different. Obviously, you have a lot more rotation heavy on World's Edge that we've seen in all of ALGS play pretty much up until now. But Kings Canyon, the size of the map really makes for a lot of early fights and a lot of high kill games.
Do you expect to see many teams landing on top of one another? Of course, we're used to seeing teams having their favorite drop zones. Will we see maybe some third parties right off the get-go?
It depends. A lot of these teams, we have quite a few ALGS level teams in our lobbies, and a lot of the time they will be looking for, just to dominate their spot really. If other teams choose to land on them, then, that's their own grave they're digging.
Now, what we do have is the format. Let's take a quick look at that.
Yeah, let's.
Here is a breakdown of how it is going to go. So 6 matches, and it will be double points for the last 3 games. Game mode, of course, trios on Battle Royale. Each map will be played twice. Kills counting for 1 point, and then we have placement points as well, ranging from 1 to 12, depending on where you finish. Do you think we'll see some early game kills here? We see with such significance put on kills and, of course, placements. Do you think we'll see some teams maybe play for those placements, or we'll see them go for the kills instead?
Well, I think when referring to the ALGS level teams that we were discussing earlier, they will be looking to just assert dominance on the map. They'll be going for really high kill points, and with the double points towards the the latter half of the series, we could see some really high point games.
Yes, we could indeed. And of course, that will also mean that we could see some prize pool getting split across the way. €2,500, so a decent chunk of change for everybody. First place, €800 and 80 Titan points as well. €400 for second. We'll have third place picking up 250. Fourth getting 180 respectfully. 150, 120, 90, then 60 for 9th and 10th. And 11 through 20th will get 30 quid as well. So everybody who's playing here today, Ali, will get some cash.
Yeah, congratulations to our finalists today. They've already, locked in some money, but obviously a lot of these teams will be looking to get towards the top half of the scoreboard, really ramping up, and obviously the Titan points come in very handy as well.
Now there are confirmation of the 16 teams that qualified. Of course, we do also have 4 streamer teams from Trovo Titans as well, so shout out to them. This is going to be somewhat of a baptism of fire for them. But do you have your eye on any one of those teams, those 4, that could really stand out here today?
Yeah, we've had some whispers behind the scenes that Cosmic Crew might be one of the teams to really turn up and get in the top half of this lobby here, really representing the Trovo streamers in this really competitive ALGS level lobby.
Yeah, no doubt about it. If I'm one of those teams, I know me personally, I'm hiding in corners and praying for the best. Just sitting in rooms hoping no team pushes me. Such is the caliber of player they will be playing against today. Speaking of the caliber of player, who do you think maybe stands the best chance of winning here today?
Well, I mean, as we said, this is quite a competitive lobby towards the top end. We have Alliance underrated, FOTM, ALGS champion level teams. And in this style of format, where really anything goes due to the 3 maps, quite a unique format, Underrated are a very creative and aggressive team that could definitely take the edge on today's games.
You have your eyes on Underrated. For me, it has to be flavor of the month, 2-time European champions. So you can't really look elsewhere when you see 2-time European champions. And I believe that team has also been around longer than anybody else. And you had actually mentioned as well, they have the oldest player in the ALGS.
Yeah, I believe Noth is the oldest player in the LGS. I think he's 30, 29, 31, that age range. And to see a player like him at his level with the experience he must bring to that team, there's a reason they've stuck around as long as they have.
Absolutely. And of course, something that we can always talk about is inputs as well, Ali. Controller players, we have mouse and keyboard players. What is your preferred input?
I'm a mouse and keyboard player myself, but not a very good one.
Yeah, I'm a controller player myself. I just stick me in a room and I'll use all of that aim assist. Use and abuse is my way to success. So with
I've
those
seen it
different
firsthand.
things, we do like to drop down, get in and amongst a little bit of the trouble. So we do a flavor of the, got ourselves a little bit of spice of the month. Maybe that should be our team name. But maybe we have obviously Alliance in there as well. You know, flavor of the month, which we spoke about, underrated, and also Red Dragon as well, knocking about. So they're a team that we could also touch on.
Yeah, they're quite a new team, freshly formed Russian players. They're quite inexperienced, but you know, a lot of the firepower on that team, it can match up against some of the best in the game. And while they're inconsistent at times due to their lack of experience, they can 100% pop off in a tournament like this.
It's an interesting point you bring up about a lack of experience, and of course, some of these teams that we have been together for the longest time. We spoke about Flavor of the Month; they've been together a long time. Will that put them in good stead playing against, like you say, some of these rosters that are a little bit inexperienced?
It depends how the games play out stylistically, I suppose. If there are these really tense end games, then 100% we can see, you know, the experience and the fortitude of Flavor of the Month absolutely take home some of these games.
Well, looking at experience, let's take a look at upcoming events, and maybe these players could branch out and play something just a little bit different from your Apex Legends. We have Clash Royale, which will also be giving away €2,500. That'll be a 1v1 tournament, September 11th to 23rd. No doubt that will be a barrel of fun. Pokemon Unite 5v5, €2,500 for that as well, September 25th to October 7th. I've just got myself back involved in a little bit of Pokemon. It's transported me back to my childhood days, going around in the long grass trying to catch those Pokemon. So if you're interested in any of that, stick around for those dates and get involved. But back to the Apex action today. Hackis actually very recently got voted the best in-game leader for the EMEA region. Does that put them, you know, over the top here? Is that something that you need, an in-game leader just to call the shots, call rotations? And of course, it also works the other way. If things go wrong, it oftentimes can be his fault.
Absolutely, yeah. I was fortunate enough to do a bio piece on Hackers for his top 3 nomination as an IGL in Europe. And one of the things Hackers does really well is that he manages his team's offensive economy really well. He's able to, you know, keep the caustic barrels in the exact perfect positions. And that kind of direction to a team, it can really take over in lobbies like these where some of the teams might not have the competitive experience that, you know, even half of Hackers would have.
I've heard caustic and I shudder at the thought. It's always impossible to push those little rooms when that gas is going off in your face. You're getting the eyebrows burned off you. And I've got pretty thick eyebrows, so if they're getting burnt off me, we've got a huge problem. But Ali, something you talked about was there is offensive resources, things like barrels and that sort of thing, but also there is defensive resources. We have shield cells, we have shield batteries, and how important can they be, particularly early game?
Well, one thing that this tournament will have that most tournaments don't is Kings Canyon in the rotation. The loot pool on KC it's scarce compared to some of the other maps. Yeah, you know, teams won't be used to playing with, you know, the resources that they do in this tournament. So, you know, keeping a hold of those shield cells as long as possible is really important.
I can't wait till we get to endgame and it's just 4 P2020s around the map and the boys are just doing bits with them. Of course, then we will, of course, touch down on Olympus as well, which is a map that we haven't talked about too much, and that's not usually in the competitive rotation as well. So that's not, in terms of the 3 maps, that's probably the lesser of the 2 evils when you compare it to KC. It's not a bad map for these guys to touch down on, and they've been playing a lot during ranked, I would assume.
Yeah, the loot wise for Olympus rotations, everything's really strong apart from the mid map cover. A lot of the times on rotations, if you get caught out, you're in a really bad spot. There's not a lot of ways to mitigate the lack of cover on that map other than, you know, Gibraltar. So I expect really high pick rates from Gibraltar going into the Olympus portion of today's series.
That's important as well. Something we've not talked about is the legend pick. Do you think we'll see some, you know, maybe some what we call pure raw aggression? We might see Octane Revenants paired together to try and get as max KP as you possibly can. Or do you think that these teams might just feel themselves out, see how the lobbies are going before they maybe desperately go for those KP instead?
For a really flexible team like Alliance, I wouldn't be surprised to see some mid-series adjustments, but Underrated in particular, probably the most famous Revenant team in Europe. They kind of paved the way for the Revenant playstyle that we know today. So if they, come out swinging with the Revenant full aggression from game one, I think it'll be really difficult to stop.
You've heard it here first, folks. Ali has said that underrated is the reason why we've been abused in ranked from the Revenant totem from here on out. Coupled with that jump pad, they can cover distances extremely quickly and just wipe me clean off the floor every single time. It's a free push for them, and I hate them, goddammit. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, make sure you let them know how much you dislike the Revenant playstyle.
Now, we've been speaking about Alliance, Flavor of the Month, underrated as well. Here's a little spotlight video of things to come.
Eliminated my Taskmaster. There's so many teams in this area, and the fights are going to go through. Flavor of the Month taking down Gnaski and Serdell in the kill feed.
Oh, that's huge. Flavor of the Month knocking Aqualix. Alliance is getting taken out as well, so we have some of our top teams, Alliance, Gambit, and Aqualix out of this one. And guess who is profiting? Who is eating? It is Flavor of the Month, Taylor. One of the best skillful individual players in the game. His mechanics are insane. Top rate, in my opinion. The young man for Flavor of the Month is going off.
Wow, and they have two teams right in front of them, so they're going to have to play this safe. They can't take an all-in 3v3 because they're going to get third-partied right here if they end up doing it. The damage, the absolute amount of damage with the Volt, but Taylor actually only has 30 bullets in his Volt. He's going to need energy ammo soon or swap a weapon on this box perhaps.
We did just see a Horizon ultimate coming through as well. Like you said, a diversity of team comp. 7 squads remain. Underrated.
And sorry about that. Technical difficulties as what can happen, but one thing we can talk about, Alliance Flavor of the Month, underrated. Only one team came out on top, so this is a chance for them to come back and maybe get some bragging rights of their own after losing out last time round.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Alliance more recently. I think they've taken home the most recent, big prize pool tournament, and if they can go back to back with this tournament, it's hard to not call them one of the best teams right now with the addition of Yuki.
Yeah, of course, indeed. And a team, we've got Kay Swinney, a player that's been involved with underrated. No doubt he'll want to be coming out on top in this one and securing his place as one of the best around. Of course, Alliance, Flavor of the Month, they are going to be our favorites along with underrated Red Dragon as well, that Russian team you spoke about, who maybe are a little bit inexperienced, but this is definitely going to be a chance for them to shine.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen some sort of middle tier teams as well. Samsung Morningstars, they're no joke. They've played in quite a few high-end LGS lobbies, and while they haven't taken home quite as many trophies as some of our other teams have, they're still a force to be reckoned with. And potentially, in more recent times, scrims, smaller tournaments, they've even been contesting Flavor of the Month, one of our premier teams in this lobby. So that could go one way or the other. We could either see the addition of kill points to Flavor of the Month spiral them out of control, or we could see some serious breaks to the FOTM train.
Yeah, certainly. It's you fancy yourself if you're going to be dropping on the Flavor of the Month, and the bragging rights are there. If you can take a big scalp like that right off the get-go, that means the lobby is a little bit thinner than it was before. If you can do that more often than not, this lobby is so strong that making your job a little bit easier come endgame, that could be the key to success.
Yeah, definitely, yes. And if you want to talk about endgame teams, there is no better team to take out early than FOTM. We talked about the experience that they have. It's unmatched, really, in a lobby like this.
Yeah, so hopefully we see very little Caustic, very little Revenant. I just want to see the Watson meta back. That's all I really want here, Ali.
Yeah, you'll be waiting a long time for that, Richie.
Yeah, I will still keep putting my fences up, hoping for the best. Now, something we can talk about, of course, is the double points and the format when it does switch around. So if you don't get off to the hottest start in these first 3 games, there's always a chance for you to make a run in those last 3.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really strong comeback mechanic, and especially when we have, all of the maps being played on the double points, anything can really go at the end of this series.
Yeah, it's something to think about. if you're one of those slower starting teams, maybe you'll know, Ali, we have some of these teams that take a little bit to grow into the series, and if they do catch fire then in game 3-4 and carry that momentum towards the end, we could see them rack up a decent amount of points and claim the victory here.
Yeah, one thing kind of going against my prediction of underrated being one of the favorites for today is that typically they do kind of burn out quite quickly. In LGS lobbies, we've seen really high score out of them really early on, but unable to kind of close out towards the end. And in a format like today that will really punish teams that can't keep it up towards the end, it's going to be very difficult for them.
Is that something that these teams can maybe look at doing? Is like having a little bit better pacing towards these 6 games? You don't need to go out there and do it all in the first 3 games. You can wait, you can bide your time, see how the lobby is all shaking out before you then make those adjustments, see where you stand in the leaderboards come game 4, and then adjust your strategy accordingly.
Potentially, but I think when it comes to in-game stamina like this, a lot of it is subconscious. It's not really something that you can switch on towards the end. Either your team has the dynamic to make it work, or unfortunately sometimes they don't.
Yeah, it is something that can be very difficult to do, isn't it? Just to stop that rut. And of course, if you were in the shoes of these players, you're starting. We have a game coming up, as you can see on your screen, in just over a minute and some change time. If you're starting off here, you're a coach of one of the best European teams around. You've been there, you've done that. And what is your advice to these teams now, starting off the rip?
The one thing that they need to focus on is just asserting dominance in these early game lobbies. A lot of these teams with maybe not as much experience probably won't know to respect a lot of these ALGS level teams, and if they don't know the name by the start of the series, they won't know it by the end. So coming out swinging with a really high kill game, making yourself known as a threat on the map, is really important for some of these teams.
Yeah, it's a good point that you make. We see a lot oftentimes in ALGS when a team is top of the leaderboard. Sometimes we do have a situation where other teams realize that they're close to winning the game when we have that match point system, and they will focus their fire. Sometimes 2-3 teams, they realize that whether they recognize the skins or something of the opposite players. Do you think that is something we will see maybe towards game 4 and 5 if there's 3 squads left? Maybe the 2 squads will pick on the one that's on top of the leaderboards just to throw a spanner in the works.
Maybe, but for some of these teams, Alliance particularly, they'll be very difficult to third party. With the caustic and the fight chemistry that they have, the reset will be instant. If you don't have perfect timing, which you really have to have honed through the 2 years of ALGS play that we've had so far. If you don't have perfect timing on the third party, it's going to be very difficult.
Now what we will do is we'll join hands before the first game does start, and we'll say a prayer for the Trovo streamers. Let's hope that they have some skins to separate themselves before we do get involved in this, because this could be carnage for them, but also a great place for them. You were saying that team that has some diamond players in there. This could be a way to make the name for themselves.
Yeah, Cosmic Crew definitely have the most pressure on them going into this. They're looking to represent the competitivity of all of Trovo. And that's quite a load to bear, but we'll see how they do in this game 1. We really get a feel for how some of these teams are doing, and maybe if some teams surprise us. We talk non-stop about the ALGS level teams. We'll see if some of these other teams can really take home some really high placements in the early games.
Yeah, heavy is the head that wears the crown. So Cosmic Crew, the bar has been set from you by Ali. You're the team that we expect to do the best out of the 4 teams, so no pressure, says you, Ali.
Yeah, no, good luck.
Candles will be lit. Of course, first map's going to be Kings Canyon. Do you think we'll see some obviously it's one of the smaller maps in the rotation, so we might see a lot of teams dropping. Do you think we'll see some of the favorite teams, some of the big teams landing in and around one another? Or do you think they'll try and spread out as best as possible here?
There is enough space for everyone on this map, but with teams not really knowing where each other land, because we haven't seen this map in so long, there could be a lot of carnage. It's a matter of fight or flight. If you see a team go into your location, what are you going to do at that point? And with so many choke points on Kings Canyon, once you've committed to a drop spot, you can't really veer away to another landing. The mountains will block you, and you will have to take that 50-50 a lot of the time.
So what I want to do now is challenge Alliance to drop on top of Flavor of the Month. Let's have some really early game carnage right off the rip. That's exactly what we're here for, Ali.
That would be a very interesting strategy. High risk, high reward. I'd like to see it.
Something I'd also like to think, we obviously have these trails that you have when you leave the ship, and a lot of teams will have Predator trails. Do you think we might see them switch them off and just use normal colored trails so you can't exactly pinpoint which team is which?
If the hypothetical strategy that you were talking about, where these top teams were looking to hard contest to kind of neutralize each other from the lobby as early as possible, then potentially we could see that. But I think that's too risky for a lot of these teams, and they'd rather just secure a high loot drop spot on this map.
So first map, Kings Canyon, as we say. What way do you see the legends being picked out here? We of course you were talking about caustics and endgame circles being really, really strong. But what way do you see the main composition being here for the 3 legends being selected?
Well, as I say, we haven't seen this map in God knows how long. It must be like a year at this point. We really don't know how it's going to play out. Gibraltar, Wraith, Octane, these characters are really flexible, really adaptable. They can work in pretty much any scenario, and I wouldn't be surprised to see even all 3 used in the same composition by some of these teams.
Yeah, of course, the distance between each of the named location is quite short, so if you do have an Octane floating about the place, that could be a recipe for success to get in and out of danger at a moment's notice. There is our lobby, and we see the legends being picked as we speak. Wisps have gone, Wagfu has gone for that Gibraltar, so early lock in. You've seen almost everybody picking up a Gibraltar right off the rip. We're seeing Octane being locked in as well. A Pathfinder by Bombarders, Hacking picking up that. We see Beast has also picked up the Gibraltar as well. So there is some sort of differences there. We're seeing Pathfinder being selected by a couple of teams as well. Matic Campers also picking up one of them. Flavor of the month though, you've seen Piet. He's also going to use
just a step in the right direction.
A different legend there as well. We see there is our champion squad. Onto the ship we go. Carnage will ensue very, very shortly. It's going to be interesting to see where these top teams land, Ali.
Yeah, I'm expecting Alliance to go back to I remember they used to really hard contest for the swamps area. They wanted, it takes a long time to loot. There's a lot of, messing around trying to get each and every crumb of loot over there. But when it comes to Kings Canyon, as we said, it's a very difficult medical situation. The resources are very tight, and securing a spot like that, no matter how long it takes, it's definitely worth doing.
We're seeing a couple of teams there. We've seen Piet. We also see Jazaz. They've gone with the Valkyrie. What advantages does she offer here?
Well, especially on a map like Kings Canyon with a lot of these impasses, being able to just fly over a lot of the mountains that would really hurt your rotations, it's essential on this map. We've never really seen in high-level competition until this tournament, of course, how Valkyrie really plays out on Kings Canyon, and I would really enjoy to see a lot of success coming from the underrated guys.
Underrated. They've gone for the big boys, the thick boys. They've got Gibby. They've got Caustic as well. So they've got that bubble if they need it. They've also got the gas trap. So it looks as though they're looking to play a little bit more defensive off the rip. Maybe using that Valkyrie to get to the end game circle and then setting up shop here.
I think they'll be defensive in the mid game, but if I know underrated, they'll be chasing down this contesting team, and that's exactly what happened. And Jazz going in with only an RE45. Incredible confidence from that man, but he hits every single shot and takes down Corvus. We will be seeing a collapse in 2 seconds, I imagine, from underrated on this team in the 3v2 situation.
Underrated here, smelling blood as K Swinney picks up a kill as well. Jazaz using that RE45 to great effect. Flatline and Eva A, also a blue and a purple armor for their push here as well. So plenty of resources they can use. They could be a favorite in this fight, and they're not messing around. They're going straight for blood.
Yeah, we'll see just an incredibly fast collapse. They have very little regard for the overall health pool and potential traps that might be set up by this other team. They're just fully committing to this push. And we see over a caustic treatment, Mask losing the contest to, I'm not sure what team, but Samsung Morningstars, one of our teams that we were thinking might have a chance of being in that top 5 range. They've been completely annihilated, and Mask barely gets out alive.
Mask just about escapes, evades the attentions, get out while he still can. Of course, he has got that kunai knife. We all know that makes your accuracy 10% better if you do manage to get your hands on that. But it looks as though Underrated have finished off the rest of that team. They have got the resources to boot as well, so they've already started off with a couple of kill points. 2 teams already eliminated early doors from the lobby. That's sort of what we expected to see on here in Kings Canyon.
Yeah, we see the beacon scan come out from the underrated side. You know, being able to see every single player on the map, especially when you're so close to the rat from Samsung Morningstars that we saw previously, they're looking to collapse on that immediately and get as many kill points as possible, if I know them.
Also very important to note, when you scan that, you also get the information of to where the next circle is going to be, and how big can that information be for these teams early doors.
It will be important for a lot of these teams, but I'm not entirely sure how big that will be for underrated. I think as long as they know they're not taking damage from the zone, they'll be just looking for as many kills as possible. And if they're isolated in an area like caustic treatment, that's absolutely perfect for their playstyle.
Here is Alliance, Hackis, Vifes, and Yuki. Hackis, of course, the best in-game leader in the business, as voted by people who know a lot more about Apex than I do. That much is for sure. So if they're saying it, I will believe it, and putting down some serious damage and not letting off the gas here. But it looks as though Yuki going straight in there, getting involved, but Hackis has to back off just a minute to get some heals in. Pops that bat medkit coming through as well, but great pressure here involved from Alliance, but they're being held back, which is not something we expected to see here.
Yeah, they took a lot of damage on this hard push. This is something that underrated tried doing. We just saw in map room. They had very little regard for their own personal safety, but you know, Tartar Esport have absolutely punished Alliance for their carelessness in trying to collapse on this. And in a 3v3 situation, it's absolutely fundamentally different, the amount of damage output that a team can, you know, really turn on you. And even though, you know, maybe they haven't got the same resources as Alliance coming from the more dominant side of the top of the map, they still were able to, you know, stave off the push for now.
That's got to do Trovo Esports confidence the world of good. They've backed down one of the best teams in the business, and here is a look at the map, and it looks as though it is going to be swinging down towards caustic treatment and just above map room, where we did see underrated and the boys knocking around. We've seen Case winning in that. They've already started to rotate, and they're almost central to the map now, so they're predicting this pretty well. They've got themselves set up. No doubt they'll be using those caustic traps. But for Trovo Esports in that first fight, they might not have known they were shooting against Alliance, but when they do find out later on, that'll give them some good confidence, right?
Yeah, exactly. They may have been able to tell that it was one of the more dominant teams in the lobby by the amount of entry damage they were able to put onto them. But yeah, very well played by Trovo Esports to recover from that position. And you know, they may have lost a lot of meds from that, but it's better than getting rolled immediately and, you know, coming out with very little points.
And we're seeing Astralis down in Octane's playground. They're looting up, nothing doing there. Still 17 squads left. Of course, we did see a couple of members down to solos, and just about, we see Mask just able to escape with his life. I wonder how he's getting on all solo. I wonder if he was able to loop back and get those cards to maybe get people back involved in the game.
From where he was on the map, it didn't seem like it. He was all the way up by map room when we saw him last, and it also seems unexpected to me, at least, that underrated did not go for the solo. I suppose they didn't really want to take the gamble on, you know, starting a fight with the solo and potentially getting third party from caustic treatment. They just decided to set up, you know, central zone with the caustic. Probably where it's going to end. It should pull all the way to exactly where they are with the caustic. They're in a dominant position for this end game, but we won't see a lot out of them until then, I don't think.
Orange Jesus has favoured them this time around. Circle will be pulling heavily towards them, but Team Quartus in a spot of bother here is nice guy Jake, down to just a sliver of health, trying to pop a bat, will get the opportunity to do so. It looks as though they won't be chased too hard, but the problem is here, you kind of get flushed out from one position, you can just run into another team almost out of the frying pan straight into the fire.
Yeah, this area in particular, there's about 4 different choke points that all kind of converge with each other. It's not a place you want to be, especially with the amount of cover there. It reminds me of some kind of area from Olympus. It's very out of place on KC, where we used to, you know, high density, high cover, a lot of teams kind of next to each other with no way to push. That is absolutely the best area. That if you want to start a fight, you go to that area of the map, and I don't think that's where they want to be at this particular moment.
Yeah, it's very much no man's land. Not a lot of cover there. It's almost like a roundabout on a road. You get there, you need to get out of there as quick as possible. You don't want to be hanging about there, or it will cause some carnage. So we'll see how they get on. 17 squads still remaining, but a lot of teams playing a little bit more passive, so they are trying to feel each other out. Of course, they don't know the caliber of player they're shooting across at just yet, so they don't want to get a little bit overzealous too soon.
Yeah, just it's interesting to see the compositions that we've seen a lot of these teams go for. I discussed before the show about really neutral, flexible comps. Very good entry damage there. They may be able to get something from that with the caustic ultimate, but it doesn't seem like they want to commit just yet. They want to stay neighbors with this team in the compound because, of course, if these two teams are next to each other for any significant amount of time, it'll be very difficult for other teams to push in and take their compound. They're kind of in a spot where it's mutually beneficial to keep each other alive so they can both hold out other teams with double the firepower, really.
See here, Ali referring to them as neighbors, but I don't think they'll be popping over to borrow sugar anytime soon. It's very much disgruntled. They don't want to be involved with one another, but they have to share this little territory on the map. Those caustic traps set up to punish any kind of push that does come through. But it's interesting to see they got that initial entry damage that you spoke about, but they didn't go for the push. They were a little bit hesitant, a little bit negative there, and they got all the information they needed. They got a player cracked. That would have been, for some of these teams, the ripe opportunity to go, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the caustic, offensive utility that this team has. The difficulty with pushing the team next door would be how do you get in the building safely? And once you crack them with the entry damage, grenading the door off and caustic ulting inside, that spot is not only unplayable for the other team, making it able to cross, but they can actually play inside their own gas and have a safe spot inside the enemy team's house. And from there, barreling up, taking, leapfrogging towards the other side of the building, you've completely dominated their building already. And that's all off, just the small bit of entry damage that they were able to accrue. It was just the caustic ultimate that would have opened that up for them, but they decide not to commit this early and just want to, as I said, be neighbors with this team.
Beautiful top-down view by our observers, confirmation of the teams. There was another team floating about there as well, getting a sniff of maybe any danger, but with potential to third party, but nothing doing right now. Both these teams quite happy just to share the territory for now. We might see them engage once again if they have to move. Some warning shots being fired across the bow here by Wisps, backing down that team, but they won't be able to do enough damage to really get any pushes going. But there is that Revenant and that Octane along with the Gibraltar. But important to know for Wisps here, Ali, is that the Gibraltar still on that grey armor.
Yeah, this is not really the spot you want to be pushing all that distance from. But with the next zone, maybe they won't have much of a choice. One thing I do want to bring attention to is that two of our top three teams, predictions-wise, going into this lobby, Alliance and Underrated, they've been taken out really early. I believe we do have the replay of Alliance being wiped. A very decisive team fight with really good utility usage. They completely wiped Alliance there, caught them off guard. This lobby is shaping up to be nothing like what we were predicting.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like it, would it, for casters to make predictions and be completely wrong. Tartu Esports, of course, though, that was the team that fought Alliance early days and they backed them down. This time, they've finished the job. They've taken out Alliance, one of the heavy favourites. So maybe our eyes need to be on Tartu Esports a little bit. Keep an eye on them as this game starts to develop because they're looking to make a statement here.
Yeah, they've been, that execute was just really impressive. They're able to finally get revenge, I suppose, from, the start that we saw against Alliance.
We're seeing that Valkyrie team. Houston, they had a problem. Tartu Esports, they get out of dodge. They are facing some fire in the back, but it won't be significant enough to do any real damage. They're going to hold this choke point here. What a spot they're in now to maybe back down that Gibby team. Wisps could be in big trouble if they do rotate this way. But it did look as though they were heading down towards the mountain, down the very end towards that water. So they might not see one another here just yet, but the rotations will come through now for Tartu Esports. They've got 2 KP at the very minimum on the board. We've already lost 6 squads, and as you already rightly said, 2 of the big heavy hitters, they've already been thinned out. Yeah,
if Tartu in particular, if they have the inference to be able to know where that team went, of course we have the benefit of omnipotence. We can see exactly what's going on. If they know how to punish this team on the low ground, if they know exactly where they are, they would absolutely have 3 free kill points. But unfortunately, the only really play they can make here is to set up in this choke point and look for a Valkyrie rotation in the late game. And speaking of Valkyrie rotations, I believe that's how Underrated were wiped initially. We discussed them, setting up central zone. Maybe they got a bit antsy and wanted to look for some KP. They Valculted away from their pretty much perfect position, and the fight that they Valculted to take did not go so well for them. I believe they've just been fully wiped now after a short rat play. But yeah, 2 of our heavy hitters out of the game this early. Flavor of the month all quiet though.
Something we did see was a little rat cam of Mask. He has managed to survive. And we spoke about in future events, there will be a Pokemon tournament. Well, Mask is playing his best impressions of a wild Rattata in the long grass, just trying to avoid any fights for now, get as many placements. He has to, at the very minimum, wants to try and get himself into the top 10, but it's going to be very difficult with all these teams already set up in prime positions, Ali.
Yeah, this wall is an incredibly dominant position, especially with, you know, the Pathfinder that they've elected to use. Quite an unpopular pick. For the longest time, but you know, the ability to control this wall, especially on Kings Canyon, you have complete sight lines on everything around you. For this zone in particular, not a lot of cover nearby. You're gonna get some serious damage, especially with this longbow, but the ammo economy is not looking great. So if they can pick up, you know, just the 1 kill, they'll have done their job really, because it doesn't seem like they can get much more out of this position that they're in.
Big damage coming through from that longbow with the 3 times on it as well. Trying to shoot some toes as they heal behind those walls, but nothing doing, no knocks at the moment. But you speak about Pathfinder, and I've got a bone to pick with the boys over at Play Apex. I got myself the boxing gloves heirloom, and then he became completely useless. What am I supposed to do with him now? That's what I want to know. I didn't even get a choice in the matter. They gave me the shards. They said, listen, you're getting the boxing gloves. That's all there is to it. And 2 weeks later, then they brought out a choice. You can pick whatever heirloom you like. I've been bamboozled. That's what's happened to me here, Ali.
I think Mata Campers and Alliance are trying to prove you wrong with the Pathfinder pick, and maybe even some other teams. Quite a popular pick on this Kings Canyon map for the insane, you know, height differential between some of these areas. Controlling that with zip lines is extremely important in LGS play, and I'm sorry, Richie, that's just not a level you play at.
Ouch. Shots fired at me. Shots received. You have cracked my armor. One man that did get cracked and indeed knocked was the Pathfinder on that rotation, but he's going to survive for the meantime. K Swinney, though, an underrated. They've lost Jazaz Dezo on that purple armor, but they're in a world of hurt here, just clinging on to survival. With K Swinney not even a shield cell to his name. Big damage coming down over for Last Chance Boys, though, using that longbow to great effect as well. And Crescent represent the Gibby, using his ult as well, just to back down any pushes. Armor already at the red. And we've seen many teams, when the Gibraltar gets that red armor, and of course he has got that sniper rifle, sometimes they do give it and hand it over to somebody else so they can use those longer sightlines with that longbow. So don't be surprised if we do see Crescent hand that off to Shadow. But then again, people are just coming in, donating free KP. There's that rev push sent back to Helm's Deep with them. Nothing doing this time, but Last Chance, they're in a good spot for the time being. Circle very much on their side, so they've picked their choice. They've picked their locations very, very well.
Yeah, this was where Underrated was set up much earlier in the game. I thought they died earlier. I apologize for that. But they're still alive on the low ground. And sometimes, you know, that low ground area, especially with the Caustic still alive, I believe Case when he's playing Caustic for them, he's still up. The low ground is more beneficial. You know, you have less eyes on you, less pressure. And as we can see here at the top, these two teams are constantly in some kind of battle. There's no equilibrium established between these two teams. You know, the low ground, they're just, you know, laughing all the way to the bank. They're completely ignored by a lot of these teams.
Team above them biting at the heels. They want inside. It's cold outside. They want to get inside with all that heating is involved, as we spoke about. What you don't want to see when you're the likes of K Swinney, who's the resources are low, but we'll speak about that a little later on as we do see a knock in Wisps. They lose their Octane in Zero. He went out. He didn't realize there was trouble outside. The draft has caught him. He will be straight eliminated as well. So now Wisps were in a good spot. All of a sudden, they find themselves a man light, and they're trapped inside this room now.
Yeah, this room, you know, in a 3-team situation with one team either side of them, this room is arguably quite safe. You know, no one was going to want to commit to that, take a bit of damage, and, you know, lose to the third party. This is, as long as it can't be punished remotely with, like, you know, a high amount of offensive utility like grenades and caustic ult, there's not really much way to punish this team.
Wagfu doing a great job throwing his bubble out there, going inside, getting those resources from that death box, not stolen by the Loba this time. And there is confirmation of the top-down map. The team's still on the edge as well. But there's so many players involved in this watchtower, all stacked on top of each other. It's a cake of carnage. That's exactly what it is. We've seen Tartau Esports already took the scalp of Alliance. Still 3 members strong as well. Confidence flowing through their veins. They can rain down fire and brimstone from atop this watchout tower. And they could be one of the last teams to drop down as well, which can be very, very important.
Yeah, they also have, of course, we mentioned earlier, the Valkyrie, able to stall for even longer than some of these other teams. But, you know, with 24 seconds on the timer and this fight kicking off in quite a slow way, the timings might be really rough for them if they want to make some kind of stall rotation play. They have to either choose to commit to this third party below them, or try and play for the placement. And, you know, with KP on the board, they could really go either way. They seem not wanting to fully commit to the team below them, but as I say that, the fight does appear to have just started up again. This is going to be a really difficult decision for Tartau Esports.
We're seeing grenades, we're hearing arc stars echo around the arena. Kings Canyon is being shaken to its core. Math has that Gibby bombardment ready to throw down. There it goes, coupled with the missiles from Valkyrie as well. They're going to make their move now. They're going to get a lot of damage. Wisps as well. Gibby, Wagfu down to about 20 HP. Storm fastly encroaching. He goes down. It's down to resistance, and he's going to be a man with very little resistance as shots come down. And there we go. Clean wipe for Wisps. They do fall. Astralis, they're in a good spot on the edge, and they have a full complement of players as well, and a little bit of the compound to play with if they need to back down and get some heals. So they're in a really good spot, and they can use that cylinder area as well, that silo. We're seeing this caustic team still trapped inside. They were neighbors just a little while ago, waving to one another, but now we're seeing them trapped inside this compound, and that could spell danger when they do begin to rotate out.
Yeah, Astralis with incredibly high KP at the moment, just inferring from what we can see from Hestia, the 5 assists, 2 kills. That's a lot of points already. The the triple red on them as well. It's hard to imagine a world in which they don't win this game, just from sheer, resource allocation. They can steamroll pretty much any team. But if they want to do that, they do need to take a hard fight on the team below them sooner rather than later. If they allow them to live,
Here it comes.
and risk the third party, then they're in a really tough spot. But they go straight in there, one reset instantly. They don't get a lot of damage off that at all. That's really rough for them, and potentially take some damage to this bombardment. The other team on the other side of the zone, they could potentially get the freest win of their lives, considering that Astralis weren't able to get this clean wipe on the team early. It's up to the positional game right now. They do lock off the front door with a couple of silences, and they go for the watchtower. This is a play I have never seen before in competitive Apex. The watchtower being unprimed for this entire time, able to get complete height control, complete domination. I don't think there's any more Valkyrie teams left in this lobby. I don't think there's any way for this height to be reclaimed. They should have positional dominance on this zone. And this is one of the most unique things about KC. We haven't seen it in this state with the new mechanics. And, Astralis put in good use to that. They clearly put the work in on this map and used a really creative play to potentially close this game out.
Astralis using the 5-head, huge IQ plays from them. They can look down upon the rest of the minions. They reign supreme, full red armor, as you rightly spoke about, all the resources in the world. It really is their playground and their game to lose. With this player still trapped just below and desperately trying to cling on to life, but it's going to be too little too late. Gibby Bubble does come down, but I like this from them, not up to drop down. They have exactly what they need. 3 squads remaining, and with one of those squads in a world of hurt. Gibby Bubble coming down to defend from that defensive bombardment, so they are completely... The world is their oyster. Dropping down onto this silo now. Height, engaged, shots coming down, using that scout to great effect, dropping down. No more messing around. Loba, you're coming to the death screen if it possibly can. Champion squad is Astralis. GG. No re there for Astralis. All the KP in the world. They take the game win as well. What a game from them. What a play.
That was just incredibly well played from Astralis. Using a mechanic that's, this version of the map has never been in LGS play. This is never really been seen before in a competitive Apex, and that's one of the most insane end games I think I've ever seen. That was incredibly well played by them. Unable to really punish the Caustic team inside, but with a complete reversal of fortune like that, it was really impressive stuff from the guys at Australis.
It was so good that when we were looking at it, we just thought it was simply going to be one of these situations where they hold the door, almost use all their util, throw nades down perhaps if they have them, and just use all the damage and almost let the storm do the work to do as much of that damage they possibly can. The red started to close in, and then they had a plan that you and I didn't even foresee. They take the height advantage. Not only that, they take the game. Incredible play from them, really.
Yeah, I mean, the way that end game was expected to play out from my end was, the team on the far side, it was their game to lose, really. The 3P was already set up for them positionally. And when Australia started to commit towards the middle of the map, I expected some kind of, defensive play. They were maybe looking to stall in the middle and then, full commit to one of the teams, maybe guarantee themselves second place. But, utilizing the sniper tower, just really heads up play from them. But one thing that could have been done better was the team on the far side of the zone. I don't think I caught who that was. They played far too defensively. They never really looked for any kind of pressure on Australis, and even with the red armors and the Gibraltar, they couldn't have stalled for long enough to not be fully committed on by the team inside. They were looking for an opportunity, of course, because they had no positional advantage over any teams. So for Australis to come out with that win, it was obviously an incredibly creative and dominant play from them, but the team on the far side made a fundamental mistake in their play, I think.
Yeah, Australis looked as though they were going to be a victim of a third party from that team closing in. Of course, when you hear gunshots going down, and they would have seen in the kill feed those knocks as well, Ali. So the team over to the west side of that circle should have known this is time to go. I'm hard stuck in Diamond, but I know when there's 3 squads left and 2 teams are already fighting, that's time to get involved and maybe do some damage to whatever team happens to be winning in that engagement. But the heads up play to use that sniper tower to then be able to turn their attentions to that other team as well, it's just indicative of how good a play that was from Australis. And something we can also talk about is Alliance. They got taken out by Tartel Esports very early doors. They're going to have to bounce back for game 2.
Yeah, that was quite rough from them. As we spoke earlier, mid-series adjustments are not unusual from Alliance. They've come really all guns blazing in this first match. They've gone, I believe it was Pathfinder, Octane, Gibraltar. Very aggressive comp. They look to punish teams very quickly. But after, how that first game went, they weren't even able, with the most mobile comp in the game pretty much, they weren't able to chase down and capitalize on the kills that were given to them, essentially. Coming out with no points in game 1, it's going to be really rough for them. Going into World's Edge, though, we could see a more flexible, middle ground defensive composition from them, or we could see them just fully commit in a more Revenant style that we've seen them do in the past.
So game 2 is going to be on Olympus, and of course, you don't want to be hitting panic buttons just yet, Ali. But is there something to be said if you're one of those teams that finished outside of the top 10, that maybe adjust some strategies, adjust the composition, or do you stick to your guns and say, listen, it could have been very unlucky, circumstances happen to be against us, the RNG of it all as well, and we can maybe go again in game 2 and see how we feel. Of course, we do have that option for the second half of the tournament. It's going to be double points, so no need to panic just yet. But boy, oh boy, have Australis set the bar high here with those frags. Not only the frags, but to get the win on top of that, they've set the bar quite high here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen, the lobbies didn't peter out as quickly as I was expecting. There was some, a really packed endgame there. I believe there was 7 teams going into the penultimate zone, which isn't unexpected on a zone like that with not a lot of cover to play. Yes, seeing Olympus up next, the cover situation will be very similar to what we saw last game. The end games might not be too packed, but the early games, we can see a lot of interactions between teams. Maybe not full fights, but poking each other from long range. We can see a lot of Evo gathering, and the end games will be completely stacked resource-wise compared to what we saw that game.
Yeah, Olympus does have those longer sightlines. Do you think we might see teams set up nice and early, get the likes of the longbows set, getting maybe the charge rifles as well to put down those long distance, and we have maybe even see another Pathfinder to get on top of those silos for all we know? But do you think it'll change in terms of the composition and the way teams play this, or do you think it's very much going to be more of the same?
definitely, yeah, we've gone from, you know, polar opposites really. We've got the smallest map in KC to the biggest map in Olympus. We're going to see a lot more ground holding, which is what teams like Flavor of the Month, who were very quiet that game. I don't think I saw them in the kill feed once. That's what they dominate at, really. They love the Pathfinder playstyle where they just hold a lot of ground, a lot of height, sniper people from long range. That's what Olympus is about.
Yeah, it's very much about griefing teams as hard as you possibly can. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and see what way it all shakes out after game number 1 in that impressive game from Astralis. Confirmation, first, second, and third. Astralis picking up a whopping 31 points. Last chance, boys. They picked up 17. We see Tartau Esports, who did take out Alliance. They finished with 12. So already a bit of a lead there for Astralis, but what's really important to see, 19 kills on the board for Astralis. Those boys weren't playing games, Ali.
Yeah, if we can see another one of these in the first half of the series, it'll be struggling, you know, the other teams will be struggling to catch up, even with the double points in the latter half of the series. It's going to be very difficult to catch up with the Astralis boys.
We see 16th and 18th, Alliance and Flavor of the Month, both finishing on 0 points. And you talked about Samsung Morning Stars. They finished in 10th. They picked themselves up 2 points. No KP to speak about. Red Dragon, they picked up 1 KP and they get the 5th position. So that will be 5 points locked in for them. So a base to at least build off for Red Dragon. But for those other 3 teams, plenty of work still to do.
Yeah, it's really rough for those guys. And Cosmic Crew as well, one of the teams who are coming in expecting to kind of, you know, represent the Trovo competition. They're not doing so hot either. They're down there with Alliance and FOTM, but much like Alliance and FOTM, this is absolutely a team that can bounce back. I realize now that there's a lot more LGS level experience on that team than I initially anticipated, and they're absolutely a team that can, you know, reverse in the second half of the series with the double point boost.
We'll keep our eye on Cosmic Crew. In terms of the leaderboards there, though, any team that surprised you in their positions as to where they are now, and any teams that you think can push on from here and maybe push themselves further up the leaderboard, do you think we might see a similar story come game 2 and 3?
I mean, if Astralis keep up the pace that they were playing at, you know, the dominance with which they approached that first game, I think teams will be more afraid of them than they are of, you know, some of our more experienced ALGS, you know, winning teams. The Revenant especially, that will be kind of come synonymous with them. And, you know, we saw a few Revenant teams, and potentially those Revenant teams could lose out on kills expecting, you know, Astralis level coordination and gameplay to come at them, when perhaps maybe the signifier was wrong, maybe it is another team. So Revenant teams in general will be completely avoided for these next few games. We might see, you know, lower kills coming towards Astralis and other Revenant teams.
We did see a couple of Revenant pushes in game number 1, but they weren't used as successfully as we might have anticipated.
Yeah, there was some coordination issues. There was definitely, you know, bigger distances between the totem and the target than what would be optimal for a Revenant push, even with the jump pad. And on a map like Olympus, that distance is only going to be even further. So Olympus Revenant strategy, will be nowhere near as effective on Olympus as it was on KC. But come World's Edge, you know, the game after this, we could see some sort of middle ground and a lot more flexibility playstyle wise.
Now, heading onto Olympus, everybody has their favorite drop locations. Where are you landing here, Ali, if you're a team that's maybe middle of the pack?
I mean, there's a few really solid spots, but the thing about Olympus is that there isn't enough space for everyone. You're going to be contesting no matter where you go, pretty much. There's always a chance that you will be contested. There's not enough space for everyone. So a spot like Hydroponics, maybe, that could be split between 2 teams. You can always kind of rotate out. You always have the carb as an option. You just play for loot. You play for as much loot as possible, and, you know, trying to be dominant enough to secure yourself medical economy, as many cells as possible, so you don't die to that poke on the, you know, mid-game rotations. That's essential for some of these teams.
I know exactly where I'm heading, I tell you. Going straight into Hammond Lab, down the chimney, no messing around, like a chimney sweeper bouncing off the walls, trying to get as much loot as I possibly can. But we have the timer ticking down. Something we didn't talk about is maybe different legend compositions. Do you think we'll see much changing here?
There'll definitely be change, but I'm not sure how drastic it will be. A lot of these teams will be looking to just kind of replicate the success they had in the first game, or some of the more mobile teams that didn't do so well in the first game, they could look to be a lot more defensive.
We're seeing Piet, and it's gone with the Valkyrie. We're seeing a couple of Bloodhounds also being locked in, which is something we didn't see much of before. No Seer, of course, across the board, it seems, for the moment. Anyway, Vipes, Yuki, and Hackis, they've gone Gibby, Pathfinder, and Octane as well, so no Revenant on their side. So anything to talk about there in terms of, we, of course, will champion squad. That doesn't really count, because we know exactly who it was last time around. But here, we have actually game 2, a spanner in the works. Have I called it wrong from the get-go? We're going into World's Edge.
I was a little bit confused, but you know, we're in World's Edge now. We're gonna have to go with it. Yeah, this map is a lot more flexible. We're not going from, you know, stark polar opposite as initially expected.
Now, what we do have is a listen in with Alliance to see how their comms are going to be going early doors here.
I think we have one team. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we have a team.
Alright, let's fuck them up.
Oh, they're backing up. They're backing up.
Aw, pussies. I was
They're
doing
going
late drop
three.
strategy.
They're going 3. They're gonna contest 3 instead. Looks like. You can maybe look on this, Yuki.
Dude, I was intentionally dropping late.
Maybe they fucked off. I don't know. Okay, let's search for Longbow. Survey camp. Could pull here.
I think it's a survey.
Yeah.
I think a hardcore survey.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
Look for longbow for me, boys.
Yeah. I have a scope for you.
I have a scope already.
Okay.
I need that one though. Yeah, that's juice.
I have a scout.
Near the flat line.
Got a sentinel.
I have a fully side handlock.
Interesting from Alliance, something they talked about was, let's just get a longbow now. And of course, that drop was also very, very split to something we're not used to. You spoke about teams maybe landing on top of one another. They didn't seem to be worried about that all too much, but they're looking to get that longbow. They've got a sentinel now instead. And that can definitely be used as a substitute. There's confirmation of how the map is spread out. We're seeing Flavor of the Month there down in Lava City. So plenty of fights to be had there. We're also seeing SMS down there as well. So we will see some early engagements down there. We're seeing shots being ran across. We're seeing Alliance there down in Thermal Station. We just seen with their listening as well. Lava Fisher above there. And Survey Camp, is also plenty of teams still to be fighting across the place. But Fragment East, not as populated as I would have thought from the start there. Anything standing out to you, Ali?
We saw Alliance, we heard Alliance rather, predicting this is a survey camp zone. So they're going to be looking for the longbow in particular to just try and find as much entry as possible to try and fight their way into this zone, because it's such a long way for them. They're guaranteed to run into teams along the way. This is going to be a very hectic game for them, and a hectic game for a team like Flavor of the Month as well, who usually play quite defensively, quite wide on this map. We saw them in a fight over at Lava City, and we do see Wisps, one of our endgame teams from last time, getting a clean wipe, I believe, onto the team up in Skyhook. So a lot of fighting at, you know, the opposite sides of the map. We see Skyhook and Lava City break out in a lot of aggression early in this game, and it's going to affect the team at Lava City a lot more than it's going to affect the team at Skyhook. We've seen the zone pull likely towards the survey campsite, as we heard the Alliance listening predict. They're going to have to rotate for about, you know, a minute or so, whereas SMS or FOTM, whoever wins this fight, is going to have to rotate for a very long time, and they're going to be in a very difficult position with the resources they have.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. If you're Flavor of the Month here or your SMS, even if you win this fight, it doesn't necessarily set you up for success in the future, as you have such a long rotation ahead of you. But Pierre has that Sentinel and fires that shot towards the Gibby. Of course, you do focus fire a little bit more on the Gibby, having that little bit of a bigger hitbox, and lovely movement out of him here. Pierre gets that Arcstar into the window and catches them off guard a little bit. No hits there, but it does apply a little bit of pressure. And we're seeing SMS getting gate kept here. They have 2 members below them, but that Gibby is so far from safety. Cut adrift of his other 2 teammates. We may see at some point as this circle starts to close in, that Gibby could be in big trouble and will pay the price with his life for not being touch tight with the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, this composition, especially, you know, with the hitboxes that they have, you have to be incredible. You have to hold hands, essentially. This is a team composition that you really need to, you know, bunch yourself up into a ball and roll over every team in front of you. And for Nisa to be this out of position, without a portal from Mask, he's going to be incredibly unhealthy after this cross, and they're not going to be in a position to fight FOTM.
Game 1, we already seen Mask doing his best Ratata impression, and he does not want to be doing that again, specifically so early, but it looks as though he's going to have very little choice in the matter as he's using this shield to try and provide some sort of cover. And again, Mask is getting himself out of dodge. They have lost the Gibby, but not the way we thought it was going to go down. Gibraltar does go down this time. Nisa full finish by Noff. And we're seeing Piet using that Sentinel again, such a good weapon to prevent any sort of pushes. And now Taylor has been brought back to his feet. They're back to a full complement, and you let them heal up now, they're in big trouble. They need to maybe just get out of dodge here, get redeployed and get out of here, because they have lost that member. They're going to be light again this game around, and Mask just can't catch a break.
I don't believe Samsung are running Valkyrie, so they don't even have the option to, you know, redeploy with the ability. The only way they get out really is going, you know, walking all the way back through Lava City, which is incredibly difficult against sniper players as experienced and talented as FOTM. Or taking the balloon, which, you know, there's just no chance they make it in this situation. They're in an incredibly rough spot, but Flavor of the Month equally, you know, they've got the 1 kill point, but running for as long as they have to run with the loot that they have, with the meds that they have, in zone is going to be incredibly difficult. And we do see a team rotating through Lava Siphon that, you know, if they have the information necessary, they hold out Flavor of the Month, and every team in Lava City is losing essentially in this game 1 due to how long this contest has taken.
Do you think Flavor of the Month maybe weighing up the risk-reward factor here? They didn't have the game 1 they would have wanted, so they're trying to get some more KP on the board. I mean, you're fighting against 2 opponents as opposed to a full complement of 3. Those KP should be a hell of a lot easier than the ones you're going to be walking into around by Geyser as the circle starts to close in. But here's Alliance, Hackis, purple armor, sprinting around with that Octane. They are getting a little bit of pressure on this rotation though. Gibby Bubble already been deployed, so they will not have the option to use that again. They need to try and find themselves some cover as quickly as possible as Vipes and Yuki opt to go around the other side of the mountain. And will that spell disaster for them? Hackis getting back with his teammates, touching base once more. They're going to use that balloon to redeploy it. We're seeing shots being fired at them. Maybe just using the balloon as a little bit of reconnaissance to try and get some information to any teams trying to hold them out. But Hackis running straight forward, doesn't give a monkey's about anything. Ready to dive face first into any opponents.
He's taken so much damage from his own stim that he's coming into this fight on, you know, essentially full health with the white armor. But, you know, the knock they got initially, the first, this was just a cleanup operation. He has no issues about losing that 1v1 if it was taken, but his teammates obviously their incredible chemistry from Alliance. They were never gonna lose that fight. They were never gonna take any meaningful damage. But speaking of meaningful damage, they are getting held out by a team over here. Hack is on a single point of health, but Yuki with, you know, 200 entry damage off the bat. There's not a lot you can do as the other team really to mitigate that. But we see Tartau Esports, you know, another map completely, but they find themselves in the same position of this fight with Alliance in the early game. And one of these teams will die in the same position that Alliance died last time if they do look to hard fight. But the pad from Hackers does seem to get them all the way to safety as long as there's no team in landslide. And, you know, with the loot landslide has, why would there be a team in landslide at this point in the game?
I love this confidence from Tartau. They're going straight for blood. They don't care about what sort of reputation you have. They're going straight for Alliance, paying them no respect. We did also see confirmation that Mask had gone down and he's been full kill, but Alliance fighting back here as Hackis gets that knock, and they might be sniffing out some revenge. They're coming soaring in. Gibby sailing through the air like a swinging brick gets that knock, and Alliance coming out on top this time. Huge knocks from Alliance, huge kills. That's payback, baby.
Yeah, you know, we saw in the first game the utility and the chemistry of Tartar Esports. They were able to get a really clean execute onto Alliance, but when it comes to the macro play, they didn't even have anyone looking towards the landslide side before they decided to start crafting. They completely misplayed that situation from a rotational sense, and Alliance with, you know, a somewhat unexpected play to come right back, but it's something you should expect, especially if you look into third party a team of Alliance's caliber. That Tartar had all the information they needed, all the advantage they needed, and just got really sloppy with that play.
Alliance come back like a parent coming after their kids who have been in trouble. They've gotten the backhand there, sent back to the respawn screen. They're going to be doing nothing now but watching how the rest of this game plays out, very much just the spectators now. And we spoke about how I enjoyed the fact that they didn't give them any respect. Well, they took their eye off the ball, and when you do that with Alliance, if you give them an inch, they will take the full mile. And here's confirmation of Flavor of the Month just being held out here by Connor and the boys. Can we see what way that's going to shake out? It looks as though there's going to be a little bit of an ambush here as that scan does go down. They have gotten a tag onto one, a big entry damage that you speak of as well. And Piet and Noff Taylor doing quite a lot of damage. That long rotation that we spoke about that they still have to do. They've made it past Geyser, but the problem is here, Ali, the circle's closing again.
Yeah, this was the team that we expected to hold out FOTM in Siphon. FOTM doing a very wide rotation, but being matched by this team didn't go how we expected it to. They weren't holding them out actively. They tried to do a rat play, and now that that's failed due to the Bloodhound, quite an unconventional pick, typically Gibraltar in that slot for FOTM. You know, the Mob Squad weren't able to get the entry damage they were looking for from the rat play, and as a result, they have to redeploy. But it was a very clean redeploy. They were very good spot in zone, and they're looking to hold out FOTM once more, I should imagine. But FOTM sailing straight past them. They had the back ult of their own that we saw, and they get much more distance on it than Mob Squad, able to completely dodge Mob Squad on this hill.
Well, we've seen that ambush not go according to plan. Let's hear the comms from Mob to see how they're getting on.
I think we should wrap around at least this back part, like all the way around the back, because over there we're just gonna run into every single team.
Yeah. So go right.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, yeah.
If you guys are fine with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you say I was lagging?
Yeah, you like lagged. We would have gotten like further,
Wait,
but
did
it just
people
lagged a little bit.
top of it up the update. Are we gonna get shot if we cross here?
We might have a. I don't know. We can go behind this part.
you got one low there.
Yeah, I almost knocked him. There's a fat motherfucker.
Like if we go
Why are they
round right,
ulted?
we
Are they
might
fighting?
get like shot out. Oh no, we can't. There's a team there, so we might have to go left.
Where? Where are they?
There's a team on that building, you know there.
Ah.
So
I see.
we're fucked. So we're gonna
I
have
was
to go
gonna
left.
Yep. Connor. Oh, never mind. You're not that far from us. I thought you were far.
I mean, I've got
Let's go across the zip.
60% on my ult.
There's a team right up there.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're still up there. God damn.
I've got 64% on my ult. Do you think I'll get it back? 65,
I think you will.
66.
You get it back before zone closes.
You want me to just wait? Do you want to wait here and then ult?
Yeah, wait it out.
But where are we going? Is that a bubble?
Honestly, I would land directly on a fucking team. I don't care.
Hmm.
Bosky, how far are you off purple?
135.
I can try and farm it with my scout if you want.
Just want to try. Do you reckon? That, I kind of want to land like in. Like. Do you reckon there's gonna be a team like in tunnel there? Reckon there's gonna be teams there.
Something to dissect in those comms, Ali, is they're talking about maybe just waiting around for that Valkyrie ult once more. Do you think the problem that they had there, because the ambush didn't work out in their favor, they didn't gain any resources, as a matter of fact, they would have just lost some, that because it took them so long waiting for Flavor of the Month to come through that tunnel, in fact, what's ended up happening here is they've ran out of room. All these buildings that they would have a free pick of almost had they rotated a little bit earlier, they're now having to fight their way into buildings.
I think the issue for them in particular is, you know, they ran through so much loot. They ran through Siphon, which means they either landed, you know, tree, Siphon or launch site. A lot of loot there, and they prioritize no ultimate accelerants. With a composition like Caustic and Valkyrie, you need the ult accelerants to function as a composition. If they had, you know, just one, they'd have it for this zone and be able to get deep into launch site. We saw earlier in the game, I believe only one of the launch site, survey camp. One of the survey camp buildings was taken. They have, you know, every possibility of getting into this zone for completely free and very deep with Caustic to be able to set up defensively in such a way that you have a guaranteed endgame position. But, you know, running in from edge, we've seen what teams in the middle ring of the zone are able to do to teams nearby, like Alliance. They've set up, you know, towards this western edge. They're getting completely destroyed by every team around them due to just the range that these teams have. There is no safety on this edge of the zone. You need to be in center zone, and you need ultimate accelerant to do it as a Valkyrie team.
Alliance had a little sniff at Bombarders there to see if they could get a couple of free E-limbs as they were cracked and knocked. There is going to be a couple of knocks from, and a full team wipe as well, it would seem. Bombarders, as you can see from the graphic, quite successful in the most recent arena tournaments, but now they've transitioned over towards the Battle Royale, and it's not going as swimmingly as indeed the arenas have gone. But Alliance, they looking so strong. We're seeing already Hackis just alone here, Ali, has contributed to 10 KP alone.
Yeah, they've been absolutely running this lobby. This is what we expected from them in the first game. Obviously a really strong execute from Taotao, dominating in the first game, but you know, after they got their revenge, they are really working with that momentum and just pressuring everyone that they possibly can. Obviously a lot of pressure coming in from other teams. In the spot that they're in, you know, the north side of the map, there is no cover to play. It's very difficult for edge teams to exist in this side of the map. If you don't get a spot early, you're in a very difficult spot. But due to the lack of survey camp, you know, presence that we discussed earlier, they're able to get around this side completely free, I would imagine, especially with the, you know, zipline and jump pad combination that they have. But it seems like they're not looking to go for a rotational option. They are getting pressured quite heavily from one of the buildings. They're looking for more kill points, I should imagine. But as I say that, obviously, they look for the rotate. Potentially even looking to get revenge on the team that just tried to pressure them and looking for entry through this door in the long hallway. It's hard to hear footsteps, so they may look for some really early entry, but the team has evacuated, luckily for them. And they're able to get a really solid position in this zone.
Great work out of Hackis, planning the route, paving the way for the rest of his teammates. He goes out there, he finds the right path, the path of least resistance, if you will, as we're seeing them lose a couple of doors with that defensive bombardment going down, but plenty of teams around them to put some pressure down, and it's so hard to strike a balance here of backing teams down from, you know, maybe inviting that push, but also not wanting to receive too much damage if your resources aren't going too well. And there's the Storm closing in, doing a little bit of damage, putting the squeeze on. They're in a little bit of trouble here, our Alliance. They've lost both their doors, and if any grenades start to fly in here, and that Gibby bubble does run out, they could be in big trouble.
Yeah, but as you can see, Yuki's play right now, this is why they were asking for the longbow earlier. If they get out of this situation and aren't pressured too hard by the nades, it's because Yuki is putting pressure on other teams to the point where they're not able to peek them whatsoever, and the longbow is one of the best weapons to do that with. Alliance have Hackis and Yuki out of the building quickly. Vive's not so lucky, he doesn't have the the mobility to be able to do that, and committing to this escape plan rather than trying to tank the nades. It's a difficult balance to strike, especially when under so much pressure. You can't exactly think straight, but for Alliance it hasn't gone too well. They're fine for damage at the moment, but any team looking to push on them can absolutely get the wipe on them very cleanly. And it, with the pad Revenant combination that we've seen from Astralis in that first game, I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it right now to clean up Alliance. But the bubble res does come through, it seems like, so this will be a hard 3v3 for them to win.
Astralis are in there not playing any games. Damage goes down. He is getting sent back in the end, but they've done enough initial damage. You would think that they could maybe do that push once more, hoping that the third party doesn't come through. There aren't very little lines of sight behind that box, but they can get some shots down onto that knockdown shield, which is purple. It's going to take quite a few shots, and looking over at Sabron's light ammo, it's not in the most healthiest of shapes. Perhaps some lying around in those boxes. He might be able to replenish that ammo store. But they're going to rotate out now, and Alliance, they come off that battle a little bit worse for wear, as Yuki is finally taken down. That's going to be a clean wipe, but Alliance have done enough damage as that Gibby bubble comes down at the clutchest possible moment to get that quick res. The Gibby bombardment also comes down. We're going to see Flasky from Mob. They were that team up on the hill trying to ambush Alliance in the initial instance, but they're going to get taken down. There goes Astralis down to one final member. Make that a clean wipe as well. Carnage has ensued. Hackis, somehow, some way, is still alive, trying to maneuver through this map, and all they have for cover is one rock.
Not just Hackis, but somehow Vice as well. We discussed earlier the way that Yuki and Hackis are able to get out with the mobility, but Vife's not in a, not privileged to be able to do that, but somehow he makes it to this rock. 2 players alive in this final zone. We have a full stack of underrated at the top of the hill. If Alliance don't make any ground on the top of this hill soon, the zone is going to push them in, and they're going to be completely demolished by, the cover fire from underrated. But I believe at this point it is far too long. It is just up to Alliance to get this second place, because I don't believe a team like underrated is going to allow them any, space to get any kind of entry damage and potentially turn this into the win for the Alliance boys.
This is definitely underrated's game to lose, and Alliance, try as they might, one thing the Gibraltar can't do is float like a butterfly. He can sting like a bee, but he's quite a big boy, so the hitbox is quite huge, and this rotation here might be a step too far. Let's go to a listening with underrated to see how they're going to navigate this final tier.
It's Alliance, it's Alliance.
I'll keep trying.
I know, give it. Almost no give it. Give it literally one.
They go up. I'm getting on the left.
It's solo, it's solo.
I'm just gonna almost stop. He's gonna almost stop.
80.
I'm with you.
It's good shit.
He stole my kill. I had to give you like 160.
Played.
Yeah,
okay. It's fine. We do the job.
We got to win.
Good played.
And game 2 goes the way of underrated. We said it was their game to lose. They won the game in the end. It's something that always surprises me when it comes to these high-level communications, Ali. It's just how calm they are under pressure, playing against some of the best players in the world. If it's me and I'm cracking players, I'm screaming on the top of my lungs, putting as much emphasis on these kills as I possibly can. But listen to their comms, so calm, so collected. They get the information that they need, and they get the job done.
Yeah, I think in that instance in particular, Jazz was able to get, the 160 range. But on red armor on a Gibraltar, unless your teammates are able to, do it themselves and naturally acquire the target themselves, your communication is going to be lost on them. The window is so small and so tight that you need just, inherent chemistry. The communication aspect of it doesn't really even play a part. And as you want to talk about calmness, they just got the win, not a change in their voice. They're completely composed going into this next game.
Yep, they know the job is far from over. Game 2, though, does go their way, so a GG to them, and congratulations on picking up game number 2's win. Let's take a look at, let's talk about maybe Alliance. They lost that member on the rotation. They were down to a 2, and it's just so difficult. Not only are you down to 2 members, but you're also fighting uphill with no cover.
Yeah, as I said at the time, they really need to make ground as early as possible, but they didn't have all the information that we had, obviously. Underrated being a 3 at the top of the hill, very dominant position. I'm sure if they knew that, they were able to, make some ground on them with a bubble, come around the side, a more dominant angle than, what they were left with, which was essentially running up the hill to their death. The play they went for to pad onto the solo, it was the best play they had, but unfortunately for them, Jazz hit some really good L-star bullets in midair. They lost a 1v2, but obviously it was more like a 2v4 at that point with the amount of pressure that underrated were putting onto them.
That is going to do it for game number 2. We're going to go for a quick 10-minute break. When we come back, we will have Olympus. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Finals. I am Jersey1. To my right is the EMEF. It's Mr. Ali. We've done a big, huge build-up for Olympus on game number 2, but then we got a little bit bamboozled. It's going to be game number 3, so it wouldn't be like us to get something a little bit wrong along the way. But now we do have Olympus. We've seen game 2 go so well. Let's take a look at the match results and see what way it all shook out after game number 2. Coming in at number 1, Alliance. They've got 16 kills. They finished in 3rd place. They're on 23 points. Their lead has been cut considerably. Team Underrated now on 20 points and knocking at the door on game number 3. Last Chance Boys, they've stuck around still on 13 points, but it's really at the moment those top 2 places that are fighting it out at the moment. Still, we look towards the back end of the table, 16th through 20th, still yet to register a point in any way, shape, or form. Is there anybody there, Ali, that has surprised you in terms of where they are right now, game number 2?
I'm pleasantly surprised by Astralis. You know, they put up that insane performance in game 1, and even in game 2, they've kept, you know, a reasonable amount of consistency. They're really starting to build quite a big lead on teams like Last Chance Boys, who've been quite consistent as well, and obviously Underrated Alliance, who did incredibly well in that last game.
Last Chance Boys, there's something we haven't really touched upon. They've had 2, like you say, consistent games. They haven't blown us out of the water in game 1 or 2, but they've been there or thereabouts, and they're being rewarded with 30 points. What sort of chance do they have coming towards maybe the last couple of games of maybe pipping Astralis to that top point?
Well, I mean, they're a lot like Red Dragon in that they are quite a newly formed Russian or CIS team. They have a lot of firepower in that region, but again, not quite as much experience as some of these other teams. If we're talking, you know, stamina and chemistry, that might be where they're lacking a little bit, but they've come out swinging so far, and I see no reason why they wouldn't be able to continue that into the latter half of the season.
Flavor of the month, we did also see they had 8 points, but still a huge gap to fill to get themselves back up and around that 30 points. Do you think they'll be disappointed with how the tournament has started off?
I think they'll be disappointed with how indecisive the spawn fight was. You know, this tournament will be quite a big indicator of things to come for them. They've been contested by Samsung for the past few tournaments, and you know, to not be able to put the nail in their coffin in this World's Edge game, it'll be quite demoralizing for them going into these next few games. And you know, with the first game they had 0 points, it's really rough. But you know, anything can happen. We're in a double point format towards the end of the series. Anything can happen for these guys.
If you're coaching them and you're looking at the way game 1 went, the way game 2 went, you rightly said they're just not putting these teams to the sword maybe as quickly as you maybe would have liked. What advice would you give them coming into game number 3 to change things, just to maybe alter their plan just a slight bit?
Well, as we discussed in, you know, the build up to Olympus in game 2, which obviously didn't come to fruition, this is their kind of playground, really. Long range, Pathfinder oriented, kind of, you know, punishing teams, positionally speaking. If you get into that spot early, which FOTM, you know, very well could do, or at least fight your way into a really dominant high ground spot, you completely control the game. They could pick up some really good kills in the Olympus portion of today's games.
Olympus can really be one of those maps, particularly around Hammond Labs, that when a fight breaks out, the whole lobby just shows up out of nowhere, and it can become a little bit of a pylon situation where one team dies followed by another, and it's the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th parties. It's almost infamous for that happening. Do you see that happening in a tournament format? Do you think players and maybe teams will play a little bit more reserved?
We've seen in past tournaments the Hammond area of the map is really lively, like you said. In the early game, we've had you know, 2, maybe 3 teams contest for that Hammond area generally, but it's been quieter in the mid game because they were thinned out so early. We really don't have any precedent for how this is going to go in the early game, so it's difficult to predict how it's going to go in the mid game. But rest assured, if there's a lot of teams, they will be quite dense in that Hammond Energy Depot kind of area.
I'll tell you something, Ali, you'd be really good at selling houses. You've described Hammond Labs, a place notorious for bloody murder, as lively. So we're going to come out here and say Hammond Labs is an up-and-coming neighborhood.
Yeah.
Get yourself put down there, put an offer in, maybe get some real estate in there as quickly as you possibly can. It's on the rise, as is the bloody murder I touched upon you see on your timer there, 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes, going to be for game number 3. Not long to wait now. Any sort of remarks that you want to make for, again, Olympus before we make the full reset and we go again back over towards Kings Canyon? We're almost at the halfway point now. We will then, after this game, hit double points. So this could very well be a clear indication of as to how this game might go towards the finals.
Yeah, definitely the final 3 games. If we're ending on Olympus, if FOTM are, as I predict, to come out swinging this game, if they can get some, if they can get back in contention from this game, maybe they can afford to lose a few points here or there in KC and World's Edge. Closing out on Olympus is exactly what they want to do, especially with double points. So I expect big things from FOTM in this game and the 6th game that could potentially put them back into contention. But, teams like Australis, with the rotation options on this map with balloons and cars and whatnot, their Revenant Octane playstyle could be just as impactful on this map and maybe affect the lobby in such a way that it's more aggressive and maybe there are less kills for FOTM to get with positional punishment.
It's an interesting point you bring up. There's more balloons on this map. There's obviously that we have the introduction of vehicles as well to drive around, throw the Gibby bubble on top to provide that little bit of cover. Does that mean we might see a little bit less of the Valkyrie in terms of rotations, or do you think she'll be pretty much a mainstay once again?
As we discussed earlier, Valk is kind of the Valk comp that people use with Wraith, Gibraltar, and Valk, or Gibraltar, Valkyrie, and Caustic. It's one of the most flexible compositions in the meta, so I imagine the teams that will be using it for its flexibility will continue to run it in Olympus.
Speaking of the meta, there was some patch notes just released. We'll talk about them a little bit later on. If there's anything spicy to touch on that might shift the meta in future tournaments, but here we are loading up onto Olympus. You can see in the crafter we do have that purple bag, that purple helmet, the extended magazine as well, light, and then we also have that scope in there as well, which also means that they will not be belonging to the floor loot. So if you want to get involved with them, you'll have to craft them. Is there anything in there that you think these teams will need coming in towards the end game? That purple bag I have my eye on, for example.
Light Mag and a 2x in particular, that's a G7 combination off the bat for the mere price of 70 crafting materials, and a G7 on this map, yeah, exactly. If you're able to get a budget G7, you're going to do some serious work on this map.
You heard it there from Ali. There's a bargain in the crafter. Get yourself 2 attachments for the price of 1. We're seeing those legends getting locked in. Tartau Esports, they've been pretty decent so far, it must be said, with Rusky, literally, and M4 Math. They've gone for the composition of Gibby, Valkyrie, and Octane. So that was a composition that Ali did touch upon. So he can sit there nice and smug and say, haha, I told you so. Look how clever I am. But at the moment, Astralis, they came bouncing back. Alliance still on top of the tree, but still plenty of shifts to come. Lots of to and fro, and it can swing like a pendulum. Can these games? But as we dive in now, we're going to be on board with Alliance as we were a couple of games ago. We'll see exactly where they're going to be plotting their course to maybe make those early game rotations. As we get the top down of the map, we're seeing a lot of these teams spread out, and maybe that turbine area could be a place where we see quite a lot of fights. It's almost quite literally the roundabout that we talked about on KC. But Alliance, they're opting to go over towards Oasis, and they look to be solo over there. There doesn't seem to be too many areas contested for the moment, but it looks as though they'll get free reins over there to loot up and then start their rotation. So we will get confirmation of the first circle, and maybe we can make some predictions as to where it's gonna go. As flavor of the month, they have hydroponics and Elysium here, Ali, for free. They're gonna be looted up to the gillies.
Yeah, FOTM in an incredible spot in this first game. Samsung, I believe it's the first game uncontested, so it'll be interesting to see what they can do without the initial disadvantage. But we discussed earlier, there is not enough space for everyone. There is a guaranteed contest somewhere on this map, and in this game it seems to be Red Dragon. I'm not sure where they were in particular, but Wisps as well over at Power Grid. Quite a slow contest so far. More looking for Poke towards the east side. This bow is going to be instrumental for Wagfu though, to be able to get the entry that is also important in these fights, and a purple armor on the Revenant player of Wisps is going to be incredibly important. Being able to you know, capitalize on the entry damage of that bow would have been incredibly important. But as I say that, they they rotate out, which is surprising considering the you know, the loot advantage that they would have over the average team. Obviously, there's no way for them to confirm exactly what loot the other team got, but rotating through Turbine, it seems risky.
Risky indeed. Game 1 and 2, they have looked somewhat decent. They've been huffing and puffing, but as of yet to blow the house down. They had that bow in hand. You thought it was going to be instrumental, and indeed it should have been, but they've opted to put Legolas in the fridge for now, cool it off. They're going to head towards Turbine and maybe live to fight another day and keep on looting, but they did get such decent armors and weapons that you thought that the fight was going to be a shoe-in, but we will switch gears immediately over to Team Quartus. They're over here looting and booting, and they're pinging extended heavy mags as well, so plenty of loot for them to pick up along the way. Weapons, we see EVA 8 and OR99, and they're all fitted with blue armor, so they can take a fight if they need to. There's nothing worse than having a grey armor in a fight. Ali, I feel like I'm wearing a t-shirt.
Yeah, something that's quite common in Solar Array is leaving with quite poor armors, but, you know, they've decided to, you know, loot the full extension of Solar Array, get as much loot as possible from this area. Typically, Solar Array, quite a rotational spot. You know, the centrality of it, the fact that it's got a balloon, you can get some really good times and pretty much get to any zone in, you know, lightning speed. But they've decided to forgo that benefit of it and decide to loot up as much as possible. That's going to be instrumental, that purple armor, especially when they're looking to play a more fight-heavy, snowball-y style with the crafter that they happen to get spawned here.
A wise man I know, Ali, once said, never go into that ship, because that's where carnage happens, and many rotations do be floating in and around that area. The loot just isn't worth the gamble that you take to get cut off, so we may see teams avoid that unless they have to get involved. But now we're seeing nice guy Jake, he's got that purple armor, and it'll be interesting to see if we can jump on board with Flavor of the Month to see. They did have 2 named locations at their will. They are in a fight now as well, as we've seen Piet stationed up top, raining down fire with that L-Star. Not known for its range, but he is going to just put down some warning shots just to maybe dampen the moods of that opposing team. Noth, a little bit disjointed from the other two, not involved in this fight, so maybe they feel like this fight isn't too much of a threat for the time being, and just like that, that team get themselves out of dodge. They say, no sir. But it looks as though they might be in hot pursuit here, our Flavor of the Month. They need the KP. They're going for blood.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who this team will be. They are just... Sorry, that looks incredibly goofy. That caught me off my guard.
They're playing Grand Theft Auto.
I'm not sure who this team would be. Yeah, pretty much. As we did see Oasis claimed by Alliance, and I believe that was a Valkyrie team that just ballooned away. And yes, we do see Alliance in the kill feed. It couldn't possibly have been them. There are no rats in this lobby. Every team is full, so it's going to be quite an isolated fight on this new team that has appeared, as that is very unlikely to be Alliance, given the positions of these teams on the map. We do see FOTM on the Gibraltar. I did make note of that previously. This is the more standard variant of the comp. Previously they ran Bloodhound, I believe.
Level 3.
So yeah, they're making adaptations based on the map. They're able to hold on space a lot better with the Gibraltar, and obviously rotating like more open spaces that perhaps they wouldn't be able to without the mobile cover.
Yeah, it's interesting to see as the maps do change, the comp doesn't switch all too heavily. Still 2 characters being a mainstay. We're seeing Wraith and Gibby, but we're seeing Valkyrie being used a little bit, whether it be a Bloodhound as well. So the composition's not changing too heavily. We're not seeing, of course, 3 fresh Legends being changed by any means. So still plenty of Legends being used. And like you say, some of them are extremely flexible and can be used on any of the maps. But Flavor of the Month, still hunting like a wolf pack, trying to find that team, desperately trying to get some more KP on the board. And maybe they want to take early game fights because they're a little bit safer as opposed to the late game.
Yeah, I think FOTM, with their understanding of the game, I believe they would not have expected anyone to be out here. They saw, you know, multiple teams rotate away from this side of the map, which wasn't even that busy to begin with. So the team that they were hard chasing, that would have been an isolated fight. Somehow, I don't know what narrative has led the team to their east to push onto them, but This was very unexpected for FOTM, I should imagine. This hard fight in this building this early. They were looking to just kind of press their advantage, but the fight is breaking completely out now.
Carnage is ensuing. Cracks come through, and Taylor wisely decides to back down and evade the attentions just for now. Maybe get a reset in if he can, but that portal was put down as a get out of jail free card if they do choose to use it, as height is against them. But they were chasing for a fight, and boy oh boy, they have found one here, but it looks as though they have been able to full reset, and that other team also backing away for the moment. That Gibby bubble down, they are going to get into some carnage here. Shots go down. We're getting fleshed through on that incendiary grenade as well, so this team is in big trouble. As Flavor of the Month do descend down, gonna break open that door, possibly stun that player as well. There goes one knock. Can they get the second? It's surely only a matter of time. It is, and there goes. You didn't think it was gonna be Alliance, but Hackis and Vifes, they go down.
Yeah, that was very uncharacteristic of them to kind of force a fight this far out. Maybe they just didn't expect FOTM to be as... I mean, I don't think either team expected each other to be this far out. They were expecting a team that may have been a bit easier to steamroll. But that's very bad for Alliance. They were just starting to look like they were able to get back into this game, but a 0-pointer this early on, it's not going to be good for them for the first half of the series. But of course, as we know, every time the second half of the series, the double points, it's anything goes.
You mentioned, I don't know what information that they have that has made them rotate here. Do you think maybe it was the information that it was going to be Alliance that they were fighting, as we're seeing Team Quartus now dive in, get themselves involved. These players, of course, down here in big trouble, already in the storm, losing quite a lot of HP as the stim beacon came through, that stim knife using and draining all the life out of that Octane player as he desperately tries to crawl back towards safety. He's done just enough. Nice guy Jake is going to get that res through. The Gibraltar didn't want to be involved whatsoever, but Proxy's going to live here, and they have got that wipe as well. So that's a lot of positive KP for them. Here's Team Quartus, Proxy, Jake, and this is the Gibby player, Aceland. He wasn't getting involved in those fights. He said, I'm just going to take all this loot while you guys are messing around.
Yeah, I was going to make note of Aceland's positioning, not going into the zone to try and, you know, help them with that fight. He just anchors from far back. He has all the angles that he could possibly need, and he can potentially deter a third party, and that's exactly what comes up. A charge rifle shot out of nowhere onto him. But his presence here just kind of lets this team know that they cannot walk up into this choke and kind of hold out Quartus, who were, you know, they would be incredibly disadvantaged if a team were playing where Aceland is, and they were trying to come through the zone to fight them. They'd be incredibly disadvantaged, but Aceland's position as the Gibraltar, as the anchor, he's just able to, you know, deter other teams.
Do you think that play of him anchoring that position is great for his other two players, because they know, okay, we have somebody anchoring. Not only is he anchoring, he'll get information if a third party starts to roll around. He'll receive damage. We'll know that we have to rotate and change our plans accordingly, as we did get that replay as how it went down. We've seen Aceland using that charge rifle to perfection, anchoring that position, getting a couple of kills, and you can see he was playing the anchor. He was the one doing the damage, and he's gotten himself 4 kills, so he wasn't even the one involved in all that hustle and bustle. He was standing far back with his feet planted, feet up on the desk, using his sniper rifle to the best of his ability. And now as we switch over to Last Chance Boys, who we've said they've been really consistent. They haven't lit the lobby afire, but they're in second place points wise, so they're doing something right, it must be said. As that longbow you spoke about before being used, those extended sightlines, putting that damage down, defending their position. They also have that loba down to claim any loot in and around the vicinity. But here is Hammond Labs that you called lively, the up and coming neighborhood that it is. But they're looking quite good in terms of resources.
Yeah, this is going to be a very good game for Last Chance Boys. They have potentially the most dominant position. There's no real way to... There's not a lot of consistency to the zones in Olympus. We haven't seen them in... We haven't seen Olympus in ALGS play ever, so I don't have the best experience at reading the zones, but I have seen zones pulled directly to where they are on the low ground. So if that is the case, the position they're in with the resources that they have, the longbow with infinite ammo essentially, this is their game to lose if that scenario does play out the way I expect.
So many permutations, of course. We can only predict so far with the information that we have, but what we do know is they're in a great spot. And look, as though he was going to try and have a look at this team here, and it was going to be Astralis. That they would have been third party if they had chose to pull the trigger on that one. They decided, no, we'll do that some other time. Plenty of time left in this game. Down to 10 squads, half the lobby now spectating, much like the rest of us. But Sabron, he also has that longbow. He also has that arm shield. And now they're starting to plot their course uphill. And do they know that team is positioned up there? Only time will tell. But Quartus still in the red, still fighting. This is that team they were looking to gatekeep if they possibly could. Aceland again holding that anchor point outside of the red. That seems to be something that they've planned on as the defensive bombardment comes down. And this time there is going to be that third party that we talked about. Aceland has that information, but he cannot help his teammate, the Valkyrie, Jake. He's in a compromised position. Aimbot might be able to get that res if he possibly can. Aceland decided to get out of here, but here we have Flavor of the Month. And boy, oh boy, do they smell some kills in the air here. They might go after the finish on that Valkyrie player and take his loot as well. That res has come through. Can he get out of dodge just in time? Couple of shots being whiffed by Knock this time around with that Sentinel in his hand. Not able to find a home, but Aceland is split off from his other two teammates, so we might see him be the focal point now of Flavor of the Month.
Yeah, this zone kind of playing outside of the ring. We've seen it from FOTM and Alliance in earlier games, but that was in Zone 1. This is Zone 3 currently, and even with the Octane passive healing and the gold armor for really good medical efficiency, it's so difficult to play from Zone 3 onwards for as wide of a rotation as Quartus are being forced to, and the pressure from FOTM just keeps coming in. Quartus have to fight so hard positionally to get to where they are. They're going to lose so many meds, and all it takes for FOTM to punish this is to just slide down the ramp, go to the left a little bit, and they're in a position to, fully wipe Quartus. That is if another team doesn't pressure FOTM on their rotation to gatekeep Quartus, which we'll just have to kind of wait and see. If they can pick up these kills, they'll be in an absolutely fantastic position going into this endgame.
Quartus in between a rock and a hard place. They have managed to evade, they have managed to stay alive, if only for a moment, and they planned that rotation. I wouldn't say perfectly, but if you survive, you can do no more than that. But Morning Stars, they're in between two teams now, and they need to just play possum for a little while, for as long as they possibly can. That Loba has gone down. The issue is, Last Chance Boys were already set up and are probably taking any loot worthwhile. They're taking all that light ammo out while they can. Arc Stars, incendiary grenades coming through as well. But Gibby Bubble is going to have to be utilised. And we're seeing them now get a little bit aggressive as this team on the push. It could be Last Chance Boys. That Revenant going down, but they didn't use a totem this time around. He has got stuck though. Has Mox, and he's in a world of hurt, and he's transferred that shock and that slow onto his two teammates. They're in a lot of trouble here, and there's no armor swaps at this current moment in time. These two teams, they have to be careful here, Ali, because there's another team ready to third party at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see Last Chance Boys not make any kind of play on this. Obviously, they're in the dominant spot, and they don't want to give that up and risk it too much. But even, there was a lot of potential for some kind of sniper picks in the early stages of that fight. Unfortunately, it does not seem like they're going to get anything out of it. This is going to be purely between Australis and Samsung. Samsung surviving for much longer than I anticipated. Once that door went, they were in a terrible position, but it seems like Australis maybe have used all of their utility too soon. They've completely blown their arsenal and are unable to capitalize on this. The pad inside was a very good play by Australis. If a player accidentally walks into that, they get some insane entry damage, but it doesn't seem like they even need to capitalize off that misplay, as the SMS players are just walking out to be damaged themselves.
Blowing your arsenal is something that affects 1 in 3 Apex players. Beware. Pace yourself just a little bit. We're seeing these two teams like dogs barking at one another. Will there be a killer blow? Will there be that bite that's required? Plenty of resources there. They're going to take this fight. Gibby Bubble comes out. They're laying the smackdown. Taste being slapped out of one another's mouths. The knock comes through as Hestia gets taken down. Pat is the last man alive, but he is hitting some beautiful wingman shots, but that is going to be the end of their game. SMS cleanly wiped out of here. K Swinney and the boys of Underrated, they've dropped down from that team, Last Chance Boys, who hold the height here, but they can back away into that tunnel if they need to. They've managed to get away, and just alone, K-Swinny of Underrated has contributed to 4 kills, so this game is going quite well for Underrated.
Yeah, this is a very top-heavy lobby. Pretty much every team we've seen in this zone, extremely kill-heavy. But what surprises me is Underrated do not take the zipline up to third-party Samsung Morningstar. They had 3 free kills there, potentially looking to, you know, mitigate the damage from the top of the hill, as we saw Last Chance Boys with the longbow. Quite a dominating line of sight there. And they also probably don't want to risk a team taking their position in zone if they are able to get those 3 kills just incredibly late. Unfortunately for them, the meta at the moment, the Valkyrie meta, really punishes teams that are looking for positional kills, as they're unable to get a single one of those kill points on the team that attempted to Valkyrie ult away. Samsung going out in 7th place this game, but you know, they did have a couple of kills to their name. They weren't as dominant as expected potentially. With the first game uncontested, but they still got some points on the board.
Points on the board is the name of the game, and Trovo, Ali, they heard us talking about how Hammond Labs was lively, it was the up-and-coming neighborhood, they were the quotes that we have, and they said, listen, these boys are talking about it, let's give them an endgame circle over there and show them just how lively it can be. As we've seen that top-down, great work from the observers once again, that top-down map was showing us exactly where each of these teams are positioned and what way this rotation is going to go. And we do have a listen in as well with the boys on Underrated as they have this Valkyrie ult popped up into the air.
We might land on the bin, bottom bin right.
Okay. You wanna land on that?
We're gonna get fucked, but it's whatever. We just
Okay.
buffs and heal.
Okay.
I don't think we need buffs for the
Open the,
moment.
open the bins, open the bins. We should be fine, I think we'll
Should
be
be
fine.
fine, should be fine.
No one can peek far left, like far left is safe I think.
Are we gonna run? Without dying by zone?
Yeah, I think we can.
The team inside.
No,
it's
it's just bad.
It's fine, we can play here, we're fine. We're actually fine. We just stay.
The team
left
needs to
side.
drop.
Yeah, there's a team that's gonna come
Yeah,
out.
they all need to drop. They all need to drop.
And there's a team under them.
I need to guess that. I need to guess that, okay?
Okay. I can shoot top beacon. I don't see them though.
I don't see him either.
Space now. We're gonna be so good here. We're gonna be so good. There's team here. Full team here. I'm queuing that, but they might try.
Nice guys, okay?
Yeah, you got gold and red over there.
They all rotated.
I blocked the door.
One team Valkyrie.
Keep flying.
Wait, I can maybe just like jetpack up and shoot.
No,
these guys.
I'm waiting for
Yeah.
the cloak. I want to see
We are
this.
so good now.
There's team flank behind her.
Wait,
Left.
One landed left side, like
Yeah, it was a give me.
not in there though. They're not in on that
Give me
rock.
slash, give me
They're not
slash.
in. They're not in on the rock.
Okay.
Nee.
Just focus, focus.
Valkyrie.
I don't have nits. I don't have Q yet. It's 2 seconds.
Look at Loba dead.
I'll crack that.
Nice.
All dead.
There's a guy picking
They're on
the
me,
door.
we fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Valkyrie
No,
inside.
one team's all over
There's
here.
2 inside. Octane Valkyrie. I only see 2.
Okay.
And then there's one guy knocked on the outside.
And there's one team over here.
I only see 2 inside, but they have an arm stop. We could just bubble in on the door. Can we bubble in on the door?
I think we can.
There's 2 on the right. Then we can take their armor stop from them. Oh, one is on the door. Okay.
Oh.
I don't think we do that.
talking.
Why?
Yeah,
We can
no,
look them
no.
inside.
I thought there were 2. I didn't realize you were just teabagging with the Gibby.
Yeah, I was just playing with him, my bad.
Okay, so we have another team over here. Just play on Sony.
It's a full score on the right.
Yeah.
On the same
One of
position
them was
than us.
knocked. One of them was knocked over there, but
Wait, what?
can you block the door?
No, just move.
We got this team above us as well.
Oh, what the fuck?
You can break that door, but I don't know if that's beneficial.
They're nading a scaffold, popping bats.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna block the door, okay?
I can break it with my Q. You don't have to.
No, he's just gonna
You
block
block
it.
it. Yeah, I mean they're gonna break it every
Whoa.
time.
Oh. Alright, fuck that.
Fell on your feet, I guess, when you're standing there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm waiting 5 seconds.
Yeah.
This
There's a team
above
above.
us,
They
right?
might
Yeah.
just drop. They shouldn't drop straight
Mate,
away. but-
don't. Yeah, they shouldn't.
Nice. You just need to keep cycling traps, I think. Care from above, Swinny.
They're fighting here!
Okay.
They're white. I give both.
One, what the fuck? The one clip.
Yeah, I can't get him. This team's looking at us. I'll give you to the other side, around the corner.
Yeah, give ult above.
No, I already give ulted. I give ulted to the team in front. They'll fight.
We have a sub ball.
Yeah, I'm not popping ulted, so I'm not gonna have it in time. Bob's in 20.
I'm going forward in the open.
Let's make it TP. Yeah.
Left. They still have a lot of space inside.
Yeah, they have. I don't know, man. We
I
can
got both now.
We can move it, ball. Bam, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, ball. No, what? Whoa, what are you doing, Jess? What the fuck, man?
I mean, I walked up to you and then you started running back.
It's interesting to see a little bit of bickering towards the end of those comms. They were a little bit frantic at the start of listening, but they settled down just a little bit. But one thing they didn't account for was where Flavor of the Month were going to be positioned, and they're starting to rain down just like that defensive bombardment from the Gibby ult. But this Flavor of the Month are in big trouble now as Pierre's the last man standing. Can he get a couple of kills? No, he can't. Space Pigeons, they come out on top. They get the win, but Flavor of the Month, they got plenty of kills on their way to second place, so no doubt they have a few points to play with. But congratulations to Space. And them boys got the job done. A great play from them. What do you think about that, Ali?
I mean, that was really FOTM's game to lose. We talked about FOTM's playstyle on Olympus at the start of the series. Really, I think I described it as positional punishment. They just got into a spot that was, incredibly dominant, and they just got as many kills as possible from it. Towards the end of the game, it was really their game to lose. But the Space Pigeons Gibraltar player, maybe the clutchest Gibraltar of all time, they did so much damage. All of the missiles seemed to fall exactly on FOTM's head. Loads of damage. They had no chance in that fight from that point on. Really clean 3v3 from them. And, they must have taken a lot of clean 3v3s to get to the point that they were in around the side of the Hammond Labs building.
Yeah, no doubt it was raining death and destruction from above, and that Gibby bubble just didn't come down in time, and it looks as though, like you said, it was Flavor of the Month's game to win, but unfortunately what happened to them there was the Gibby ult comes down, their shields get cracked, and not only that, you then have the influence of that bombardment making you a lot slower in your movement as well, so they were forced down to drop down into that carnage, into that melting pot of just death. And what ended up happening was it shook out against them, and like you say, Space Pigeons Gibby player just with the clutchest bombardment of all time, with that coupled with that Gibby bubble to protect his own teammates as well, so they come out on top, so congratulations to them. But now, Ali, we do head towards the reset, we do head back again to Kings Canyon, but this time it's going to be double points.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of effect this will have on the scoreboard. We don't have the scoreboard yet for how the first half of the series went, but we can make some guesses as to FOTM potentially being in the top 5 spot after how dominant that last game was. Space Pigeons, of course, coming out of seemingly nowhere to take that. We've seen pretty much every team that wasn't really given a chance to shine in the first 2 games did quite well in the end of that series.
Yeah, and none more so than Flavor of the Month, who did start off game number 1 with 0 points, but they're growing in confidence. They're growing, more importantly, in points. They picked up P2 there. They pick up some KP to go along with it. So they're starting to just truck on a little bit nicely. Gears are starting to move, and that's a scary thing for the rest of the lobby. Yeah,
we've really seen good performances out of pretty much every team that we were expecting to. Maybe not in the first game, but we talked about at the start, right? We talked about stamina, how these teams would progress over the series, who would come out swinging from the start, who would kind of ramp up towards the end. And it seems like a lot of our ALGS winning teams are really starting to switch on towards the end. But one ALGS winning team that hasn't done so well is Alliance, right? They've had 2 games with 0 points. They've had a really dominant second game, but it doesn't really matter when you're not putting up the consistency.
Let's take a look at the match results from game number 3, and let's see exactly where Alliance did fare. We're seeing Space Pigeons did get game number 1 flavor of the month, though. They picked up 17 points, 8 kills to Space Pigeons is 12, so they done quite well. Cosmic Crew, though, they're in 8th. Our Trovo Titans streamers, them boys picking up 4 points, so that's all good for them. And we're looking over towards Alliance, And Astralis, they're in 9th and 10th, so didn't pick up the kind of points that they need to go on a run. Red Dragons as well, they're in 7th. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and see, when we total it all up, how it is at the midway point. Astralis positioned firmly in position number 1, 44 points, underrated. Mr. Team Consistency, 40 points in 2nd. Last Chance Boys, they are now in 36 points. They have dropped down from P2 to P3 after those points. Alliance, though, they're starting to creep up with 27 points in P4. Space Pigeons in 5th with 26. Flavor of the Month in and on their tails, they are now 25 points. So the top 6 teams there, maybe top 7 if you include Quartus as well, they are in with a big chance now when we roll around into these double points.
Yeah, it's quite stacked towards the, between the 4th and kind of 8th positions. We've seen a lot of mobility between those positions, and the money changes drastically between the 7th position and that like 3-4 position. The fact that these teams can not only kind of move between the positions so freely, and with the double points as well, we could even see some of the teams towards the the 4th, 5th, even 6th kind of position really contest for the top 3, even with the consistency that those teams have had throughout the first half of the series.
Well, like you say, if one team has a really big game here, similar to what Astralis did in our game number 1, and if they are positioned somewhere knocking around that 10th neighborhood, all of a sudden they're shot up into the top 3. It's so tightly contested in there, and the cream is slowly starting to rise to the top, but we might see a shake-up now with that double points now being employed. But we're heading now back over towards Kings Canyon. The same conversation, it's all about those legends, but now we have, at the halfway point, we know there's some teams in 11th, like Wisps, they only have 11 points. Is there a position for them now? Do they go for broke? Do they start to make some more rash decisions and desperately try and get some more points to climb that leaderboard?
Well, I think for Wisps in particular, we saw them contested in Power Grid at the very start of that last game. And if we know how the series is going to pan out, we know Olympus is going to be the final game of today. They're going to have to take a lot of risks in this game and the next game to really get as much of a lead as possible, because that last game can really go either way. They have no safe place to drop and nothing is guaranteed for them.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have to put down a platform here to build upon, and if your tournament did start off quite slow, it has to pick up now or never, really. We're starting to hit towards those double points, but we've got so many teams already positioned really well on 40 points and below now. So you need to start cooking now. Start cooking and frying some players, and there's only one team left as well, I've seen positioned down at the very bottom, yet to pick up a KP to speak of. So there's only one team goosing, so a lot of teams have already picked up a point, which is really good to see considering the caliber of the lobby. So some of our Trovo streamers have picked up some points, so fair play to them, as we're seeing the legends getting locked in. Last Chance Boys going with Loba, Valkyrie and Gibraltar. Tartau Esports, they have 2 Octanes picked at the moment, but I think the referee is going to say that can't be allowed. That would be carnage. They have gone Valkyrie, Octane, and Gibraltar this time. But Wisps, we talked about them. They're on the edge, and they need to start making some moves. And they're aware of that. Zistans is on the Revenant, Ali.
Yeah, one thing I do want to make note of from what we've just seen, I believe Red Dragon and Last Chance Boys, 2 teams that I kind of equated at the start of the series, I'm pretty sure both of them have made mid-series adaptations to the Loba composition. I don't think we saw Loba once in the first Kings Canyon game, which surprised me quite a bit because the size of the map really makes the loot so much denser, and as we know, the overall loot on the map is a lot more poor than in other maps potentially. It's quite surprising to see teams not utilize it as quite as much, and see if teams like Last Chance Boys and Red Dragon can really take advantage of that.
It is an interesting point you use. We did see quite a lot of teams on Olympus certainly having the Loba. We've seen Last Chance Boys positioned above Hammond Labs on the lookout. They had that Loba down, claiming any loot that they did see and want free for their desire, really. Early game fights here as a bit of contesting. Alliance, Vipes, Hackis, and Yuki. They have a team to contend with, but a charge rifle and a Peacekeeper, along with blue armor for Yuki to play with. So I've seen him do a lot better with worse. So there's plenty of success here in the off. And if he can hit some early game shots, which he has, a headshot with that beam, hits for 58. It hit hard. Will we see that other team back down now and give them a little bit of respect and just give them the top of this compound that they can then loot elsewhere? But Alliance, they want these KP and they want them now. Charge rifle locking and loaded. Purple armor information coming through as well, but there's a player down to flesh and big hits coming through as that bubble. This team is starting to isolate. Yuki all alone. He was in a spot of bother. Does have that grey armor swap though, and it's come through. The rest of his team now in tow, trying to provide some cover, but there's the heals coming through and a full reset. Yuki's out of action though. It's going to be a 3v2 until Yuki can get himself back involved. Can he do enough though? He's lost 2 members to Mob as Connor did take down Vifes. It could be a 1v2 situation here for Yuki. Will he bait that res? Will they opt to reset that? We hear those caustic traps going down. It has been shot and he's looking to get involved and maybe take this fight in this 1v2. Gets that purple armor swap, going to drop down, back down. Unfortunately, that means he's gonna leave his 2 teammates as well. So Alliance coming off worse for wear there. You talked about teams being contested off at the start, and we didn't think we'd see Alliance be the team that falls victim early doors.
Yeah, we've seen Alliance kind of stray away from the typical spots. We usually saw on Olympus, they claimed Rift incredibly hard in old scrims, and they claimed Swamps ever since, I believe, the preseason invitational a very, very long time ago. Opting to play some different landing spots, maybe not having the experience needed to win these spawn fights in these new spots. Yuki, he can't really be blamed for that. He did so much damage with one of the worst spawn fighting weapons. Mob really played quite suboptimally around the charge rifle of Yuki, but still managed to come out on top with the 3v3 that they took against Vifes and Hackis on their side. This spawn fight in particular, there is such a guaranteed armor spawn. There's such a guarantee of high tier armor that one team will be completely stacked and the other team will maybe not be so much. In that fight, it was quite even. I think there was a purple, blue, and a white between each of the members of both teams. It was about as even as it gets, and unfortunately for Alliance, they did not play as efficiently as they needed to close out that spawn fight, and Mob will be walking away with the clean spawn fight. Yuki unable to assess the risk and reward of that play going back for the banners and will die for it.
You spoke about Yuki cannot be blamed for how that all shook out, and I'm inclined to agree with you as well. He done significant damage, not just a little bit. He didn't just scratch the surface, he cracked multiple members of the opposing team, and then they closed on him with a Gibby bubble and he just opted to back down, but they were still weak at that time, and his 2 teammates just didn't come to help him in time, and that means that they ended up going down. They arrived to the party just a little bit too late, and because of that, Yuki's left all alone, and try as he might to secure those banners, nothing was doing. We can listen in to Mob Squad and see how they're getting on.
Unless you want to go up towards the right of bunker, you see what
we hit beacon and Valkyrie straight away over.
Straight away?
Yeah.
Over.
To get over there.
Okay, nice.
Alright.
This hasn't been hit here, so you can get all meds and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually would need.
I need the shotgun bolt still.
I just got a shotgun bolt. What shotgun are you running?
I have an Eva.
Here, take mine.
Yeah.
With PK, so it doesn't matter.
My pull actually further like down left.
Yeah, it's these buildings.
Where's that bolt?
He dropped it on my feet, so I couldn't resist picking it up.
Oh, have you got it?
Yeah, it was on my shot. It's on my shotgun.
Oh,
that's
you're
gonna
use it now.
Pardon?
Oh, you're gonna use it now, the bolt.
Well, yeah, I had an Eva this whole time.
Okay, you use it, yeah, then. Okay.
Wait, I got another bolt. Take it.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Let's all.
What?
I mean, there's a balloon. If I just balloon and then bolt.
Okay.
I need better armor, man.
There was blues.
I marked 2 blues.
Where?
No, they're too far. They're.
Okay.
How close are you to blue on that one?
43. It's not that much.
Alright, just get it then. You're gonna be like right there.
It's fine. I'll just keep going. I'm only 43 damage off.
I'm gonna go down through here.
Is this being hit?
Actually, I'm gonna go. You want to go right to the jump tower?
It doesn't look like it's been hit. No, it hasn't been hit.
Mob Squad plotting their course now through Kings Canyon. things came up trumps for them. And interesting, we heard Connor speaking about how he still had grey armor, and I was scratching my head thinking, Yuki had a purple, he had a blue, he dropped one of the purples that was dead, but you definitely could have recharged that back if you had it looted properly. But maybe took his eye off the ball there, and will that pay down the line? Will that hurt him when they come up against another team if they're not expecting? He is only, as he said, 43 damage off before securing it into a blue. But interesting to hear their comms, not getting too ahead of themselves, not too excited after taking Alliance out. They know there's still a job to be done here. Top down map, we're seeing those teams evenly spread here now, but there is quite a lot of teams positioned around this area. They all definitely have the information, using those recon beams, getting that information. They now know where this next circle is starting to close towards. Anything interesting from that listening that you picked up, Ali?
I think the biggest thing for me was that, I mean, maybe we caught it too late in the listening, but there was zero discussion of the macro play for that team. They didn't really go over where they wanted to play, how they wanted to get there. They were 100% focused on the loot of that area. Fortunately for them, there is no teams on their side of the map. They are completely free to walk into this zone, so the white armor of Connor should not affect them too much. You should have more than enough space to level that up before they get into any serious engagements. And in a rotational sense, they have every single side completely open. They can rotate into this zone from wherever they want. They have the Valkyrie ultimate still charged to pretty much fight into this zone or rotate into this zone. There's no real force play for them.
Elsewhere, Space Pigeons, the winner of our last game over on Olympus. They're down in Octane's playground, and there's plenty of noisy neighbours knocking about as well as this circle starts to close in. We can see Britt, Marie and Co closing towards this circle, and there looks to be a solo player that they might end up having to fight as well. Here is Cosmic Crew with a few players to keep an eye on. They got some decent positions and points in the last game. I believe it was 4 or 5 if I'm not mistaken, but Cosmic Crew sending some warning shots across. Is Cosmic Dean. Be sure to check him out if you see anything that you like from this POV. They'll all be streaming live, if not only just on Apex, other games as well. But he's got that gold armor. He knows if he uses 1 shield cell, it will heal for 2, so opting not to heal up immediately. L-Star and Wingman, so not an optimal pairing, you wouldn't think, at this stage of the game. Still 15 squads remaining, but that circle's starting to close in nice and tight. These teams are getting snug.
Yeah, the gold armor that you spoke of, we spoke of that earlier in the games today. We spoke of the loot pool in KC. Generally, is you don't really want to be using cells, and that's exactly what Roger has unfortunately had to do after taking all that entry damage.
Entry damage indeed. Let's have a listen in to see how they plan on taking this next fight.
I want to see where next zone goes. I think it's like pulling over there.
Might be something good this way.
So play edge. We'll try to get some kills. I only have 5 cells right now, so.
Okay. Under wall again.
On the wall here, on bunker. They're rotating to these buildings over here. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, right there.
Uh-huh.
I think they've Corsic Gibby.
Also Gibby. I think it's Swinny. Screens there in this building now.
Contact.
At least one of them was.
Yeah. In here already.
Wait, what?
One is still in there. I think it is Valk Corsic Gibby.
Crack the caustic.
I've got like no angle from here though.
I don't have any visual as well.
I just don't know their skins. Might be more
The
teams.
the Valk is pink.
Okay.
And K-Swinny is like a beige something. Grappling on me?
Okay.
Is she under me?
No. Here, ult.
Here.
Mark them.
Riv on.
Push him inside.
I can't. Okay. I'm coming with you.
Almost cracked him.
One sec. I'm ulting. I'm just ulting. Chill on building.
Yeah.
Resing. Go backpack.
I'm holding.
Oh, that's bad. Hold shield.
Arcstar here.
Coming.
Heal him. Someone else ulted.
Yeah.
No dome for 17. Yeah, there was a guy on my building, like, behind me.
Did they revive or?
I don't think so.
That's a different
one
team,
there.
yeah.
I don't think they did.
Sniping us. Just chill.
150 on the octane, not!
Can we push? There's a team behind us. We can't push.
Okay, maybe board for that though and get that kill. Okay.
Bolting out.
Oh no, what is
Right
this?
them. Crack. No, almost knocked two.
Take my TP.
Knocked one.
Take my TP.
Where is it? Ping.
He can't reach it.
I'm taking it back then.
I knocked one though.
Knock one. Cracked him. Dead.
Arcstar.
I shit on
New
him.
team. On me.
Take my TP.
Yeah, taking it. I'm gonna inside dome.
There.
Just one. I
Fuck
don't
him,
have
fuck him.
shield.
Take
Are we
TP
getting
back.
TP?
Take it back. I'm resing. Hold.
Trying. They're back. We jump that. Swap on that bed. Yeah. Scanning.
It's only two, I think. That's fucking Brim really
Yeah.
been knocked this clown before. Actually, one clipped kid.
Yeah, take an old Excel if you need it. Actually, I need it.
There's some energy if you need it.
Take it.
Yeah.
Yuri. Take it. Yours more important, I guess.
Fantastic comms coming out of Cosmic Crew, and just really a great, fantastic ability to stay alive amongst all that pressure. They managed to get the wipe onto one team after considerable damage being received, and then also able to fight their way out of danger from that team who were coming and going from those two locations on that portal. So great job out of Cosmic Crew. And something I found very interesting is the fact that they were trying to point out, I think that's Swinny's team down there, and they were starting to discuss and talk about skins and how that might change and opt it and just honest to God change their decisions. But what's happened there is really great work out of Cosmic Crew, one of the Trovo streamer teams that we talked about, and they're showing that they can hang, Ali.
Yeah, this is the reason why they were so hyped coming into this event. The experience on that team, they have Yuri and Roger Bodger, like ALGS finalist level players, and as you said, that's the kind of information that they've learned over, you know, God knows how many hours scrimming in this game against other professional players. You will learn the skins, you will learn the tendencies and compositions, and what you do with that information is up to you. You can either look to take out the second place team in underrated, you know, try and stop their lead from growing further, or you could look to potentially avoid them. You know that they're a strong fighting team, you know that they're very capable, and you can completely avoid them and, you know, add some consistency to your game.
We're seeing a full wipe on that rotation. We talked about it in game number 1. When you're in that neck of the woods, things generally don't go your way, particularly on rotations. But back to the point about Cosmic Crew. Unbelievable survivability on their rate, managing to pick up some KP as well along the way, so they're starting to heat up quite nicely, simmering on the boil, and if they can string together some more performances and engagements like that, they'll be on the pig's back. But Roger Bodger and crew, they're fighting now, backs against the wall, still have a decent number of resources as well. They can of course drop down into that trench if they do so desire to pick up some more, whether it be ammunition or some shield cells or anything along those lines. But being gate kept from this team under those arches, so they might have to opt to go a different direction, and they're starting to use what you talked about before. They have those ultimate accelerants.
Yeah, for a composition like this, the only real value you can get out of an ultimate accelerant is the Gibraltar ultimate. You know, you have the the offensive pressure from that to be able to rotate and do whatever you want, it's almost a rotational tool in and of itself. You throw it on a team that could potentially pressure you, and you get out of there very quickly. You could also use it potentially on the Wraith. That is obviously a hard rotational tool to be able to get out of any situation. We saw Roger's incredible portal play earlier. That's some of the best portal play I think I've ever seen. They got 3 full team usages out of it, and you know, the position on both sides of the portal was incredibly easily defensible. It's how they were able to get such a clean squad wipe on multiple teams there.
Yep. Well, I was looking at Cosmic Crew. It looked as though the writing was on the wall and they were going to be hitting the main menu screen very shortly, but credit to them. They've clung on there with true incredible plays. You speak about that portal play, but now we're on board with Flavor of the Month. We're seeing Noct using that portal to, as you said, hard entry if he can, but Piet has fallen as the Valkyrie over towards this ship area, and we're going to see that Gibby defensive bombardment go down, and perhaps a bubble as well to solidify that res and make sure they cannot be pushed from that team. So we're seeing 2 ultimates on the side of Flavor of the Month be used in this one engagement. They're backing down that team, but damage has been split across both teams. Respect now shared. They will have to re-engage again. It's going to be underrated. There's so many teams positioned around here. Looks as though it could be 3 with K, Swinny and crew knocking about the area as well to pick up some KP along the way, but Jazaz backs off into this room. They have the caustic traps already down for some extra defense as well. Gibby bubble comes through. We're seeing Dazo positioned just outside that one compound, but Dazo in big trouble there as he was trying to get that battery down. Arcstar's coming through as well. This could spell disaster if you are underrated. More traps going down. Just making it a stinky mess in there. A really hard push for any team that wants to get involved in that, particularly with so many teams surrounding this one compound. If you push this underrated team, you leave yourself open to that 3rd and 4th party. So opting to back down for a minute, just doing enough damage to make sure underrated feel the presence and don't push out too comfortably. But Kraber in the hand of K Swinny. And I can tell you something, I can see him wobbling some wigs very shortly.
Yeah, we see 1,400 damage out of K Swinny already, and he's still got 5 Kraber shots remaining. He's an incredibly talented Kraber player, and their style, their usual style anyway, of the Revenant Octane, they get around the map very quickly. They can farm these Krabers in the mid game, and they absolutely pay dividends in the late game, and I'm sure we'll see something exactly like that from K Swinny in this end game, especially with so many buildings with open doors nearby.
So many lines of sight for K Swinny to watch. No doubt these teams are not aware that he has that Kraber, so if they expose themselves for a little bit too long, he can hit you for quite a lot of damage. It could be an instant knock with a headshot. No doubt K Swinny has it in his locker to provide just that. This team trying to rotate in, but they're going straight towards underrated, and Flavor of the Month are making sure it's not comfortable for any team to creep up on them as they're positioned in the perfect position atop this ship, but also have some cover surrounding it. So Piet has that option to drop down if he needs to heal at any point to get that full knock onto Math. KP coming through for Flavor of the Month. So much death boxes, so much carnage down here as Taylor has a little peek through the window. No teams positioned there for now, it would seem. Plenty of fights down. The Flavor of the Month just need to weigh up. Do they get involved in this, or do they hold the high ground? Still so much to play for, and what they need now is some wins as well as some KP, just to close the gap on those teams above them. Defensive bombardments, we're seeing Valkyrie Q is being used as well as missiles start to track and sail through the air. Piet surveying the land, as is Noth and Taylor. You see them positioned here perfectly, and we spoke about so often about whose game it is to lose. This could be the game that they go on to win. Positionally, there's not many better spots on the map right now than where they're posted up, and damage coming down, and there's that full kill onto Math. There is that KP locked in, secured for Flavor of the Month, and now we're seeing that Wraith portal being used, or maybe perhaps over there to secure those resources from them players. These He's just kidnapped that player. That Gibby gets sent all the way back, and he was not expecting that. As he gets cracked, 4 squads remaining. So much going on, Ali.
Yeah, I expected that portal to be used to get angles on that guy, and I think the Jibbies did as well. Completely unexpected kidnap, unable to find any reward, unfortunately for Flavor of the Month. But as we see, Pierre on 14 bullets is going to have to switch, and that's exactly what he does. Fully kitted flatline now. They were looking to get the resources from the Gibraltar, bring the death box to them, but unable to get that. But this poor Gibraltar just keeps getting bullied by Flavor of the Month.
Gonna need to set up some sort of helpline for Gibby mains. Pierre has now overextended just a little bit. Noth is trying to get the res, and all the while Pierre was involved in that gunfight. Gibby ult is gonna pop down. We see some armor swaps there that Gibraltar's trying to desperately cling onto. And unfortunately, Yuli just hasn't got enough. Rusky also falls, and Matt, the final man left, and there he goes. That's going to be the game, but Flavor of the Month, despite losing Pierre at the final moments, have secured the victory.
Yeah, that was a complete mess, that endgame. I did not expect FOTM to come out on top. I thought Underrated were much healthier than they actually were. That should have been their game in my eyes. But FOTM, very uncharacteristic communication issues, it seemed like. Pierre was fully committing to the fight in the bubble, whilst Taylor was completely safe getting the revive onto North. Gold Backpack completely resetting that fight, turns it completely around. The momentum shifted, from Pierre's game-losing mistake, essentially. The Gold Backpack was able to flip that on its head, and they took the really easy 3v3 at the end onto, I think, a weakened Underrated.
Yeah, a real crossing of the wires, it has to be said. Pierre, he was above that team. He's putting down significant damage, and maybe he perhaps thought, I've done so much damage that maybe I just continue on doing what I'm doing and giving this more. Because, of course, if he backs down and hits that ship, then all of a sudden he's getting pushed with the rest of that team. So he opts to do as much damage as he can, maybe being a distraction while that res is going through, knowing there's going to be a Jibby ult to follow. But what happens is they manage to get the win, and unfortunately for them, it's going to be double points as well, so that's going to be significant.
Yeah, exactly. We discussed this earlier in the series. Teams that have the stamina to keep going will be really rewarded in this format, and FOTM, the past few games, they've been doing extremely well.
4 games down, 2 remaining. We'll be back after this break. Hello and welcome back to the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Finals. I'm Sherzy1, that's EMEF, and during the break we had a look through the patch notes. Ali, what caught your eye?
Rampart. We've got the heirloom, we've got the town takeover, and we've got a pretty significant rework to the ultimate, which was a really problematic point for Rampart as a character. The mobility of one of the most highest DPS damage weapons in the game, probably the highest DPS damage weapon in the game. Being able to run around with one of those is going to be terrifying for some of the players out there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Do you think that's going to be a character that we can maybe see be viable again in the competitive scene? Of course, coupled with the gun turret, of course, you have those walls that you can set up anywhere you want. So you can turn any sort of piece of land into a stronghold somewhat anyway.
Well, we're actually fortunate enough to have the only person who's ever played Rampart in ALGS finals, Case Winnie, in our lobby today. So I think if anyone's going to make it work, it's absolutely some of the creative teams like Underrated or potentially even Alliance. They've been very creative in the past with fuse compositions and just anything new they want to try and see if they can break it.
Yeah, one thing that pro players are definitely very, very good at is finding the things that are broken very, very early. And normally when something gets buffed, the pro players work it out and see just how strong it is. And weapons have been tuned as well. We've also seen my favorite, the bow, has gotten an upgrade. So talk to me more about the bow, or maybe even the EVA getting a little bit of a nerf.
Yeah, the bow's overall kind of uptime has been increased a lot. You've got, ammo economy increases for the bow, and we've also seen a slight draw speed buff to it. So, having more sustained DPS, which is really what the bow is about. You don't have to reload technically. You can just keep pumping out damage at long range and really punishing teams in open areas. There's big strength to the bow, and it's only getting stronger.
Yep, I'll be a Katniss Everdeen again in no time. But let's take a look at the match results from our previous game that we had before the break. And here we have it, flavor of the month. They had a huge game, locking in 44 points. And no doubt that will propel them right up the table. Team Underrated, 36 points. And Cosmic Crew, the Trovo streamers we talked about, they raked up a whopping 30 points as well. So congratulations to them, having a pretty big game. Taratau Esports 24, Red Dragon picking up 14 right in the middle of the road. Team Quartus picked up some points along the way, 12 to be exact. Evolved 10, and Sports Laban also picked up the 10 points as well. Outside of that, we had Last Chance and Mob picking up 8 apiece, which rounds out our top 10. Let's take a look what it all means for our grand total of the leaderboards. Team Underrated with 60 points, but Astralis, they're right there chasing and biting at their heels, just 2 points behind. And Last Chance boys, they're within 7 points of taking the total and top leader right away down to the wire. We've got 2 games left, no doubt. Flavor of the month after that huge game have propelled themselves all the way back up to 4th place, and now within contention of taking the win as well. Alliance, they've had a couple of good games, but also a couple of games that they would have liked to get back. So they're on 44 points, and again, they are also well and truly in the mixer. Anybody inside the top 7-8 teams here definitely have the potential of going on a decent run here. And Cosmic Crew, they're in the top 10. They're positioned in 9th place with 32 points, and they're beating some of the pro teams here, Ali, so they're doing quite well.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of movement from the last game. Obviously, we anticipated this with the double points. The mobility for teams to go up and down the leaderboard massively increased. But I didn't expect it anywhere near the degree that we've seen. There's some really breakout teams there, and it's only getting even closer towards the middle of the pack. We saw, I think it was from probably about 6th all the way down to even 15th. There's only 2, maybe 3 maximum points between all these teams, and with the double points, that's nothing. These teams can absolutely pop off and reach incredible heights in these last few games if they are put in positions to do so.
We're at a point, Ali, where a couple of extra kills here or there could see you propel from okay money to really, really good money, and that's exactly what all these teams are after. We had showed the breakdown of the pricing. It's 800 quid for 1st place, and there's 4 or 5 teams arguably vying for that position right from here, God knows what way it's going to be when we get to the final game.
Yeah, as we said before, the final game on Olympus, probably the least experienced map for a lot of these teams. It could really go either way. There's no guarantees going into the last game, so these teams will be looking to get as much consistency on this map that they don't really have that void of knowledge on World's Edge. They're very well experienced on World's Edge, the #1 competitive map in Apex for a reason, really. And yeah, the more control the teams have in this game, the better off they'll be doing in the Wild West of Olympus in the next game.
Yeah, the Wild West of Olympus is certainly going to throw up some surprises, but we do have World's Edge to get through first. And something we did see was Flavor of the Month having the run to the town on their early drop rotations. Let's take a look and see how these legends are getting lined up. Will we see anybody go for broke? Flavor of the Month, they have gone for Wraith, Gibraltar, and of course Valkyrie. So not changing too much, not stylistically, pretty much as they were. Morning Stars, Mox, Nisa, and Mask. We've seen them have a couple of games where Mask was left to be the last remaining solo Rattan. They would need a couple of big games here to start propelling themselves up towards the top of that leaderboard. Last chance, boys. Krazen, Wowie, and Shadow going Gibby, Valk, and it looked as though we might have a Wraith there as well. So plenty of points up for grabs, double the points to be exact, and let's see what way it's going to shake out. Do you predict we're going to see a similar story to the first time we played World's Edge, where these teams will spread out somewhat evenly with maybe 1 or 2 teams having that early contesting?
Well, in the double points format that we're in currently, I would not be surprised to see some of the maybe middle of the pack to lower end teams potentially try and contest, because if you win that contest, if you take that 50-50 and call it right, you're looking at 6 points for free, which is essentially, you know, you can move up 4, maybe 5 points in the leaderboard. You can move many places with just 1 spawn fight win, and everything after that is a bonus for these teams.
We're seeing Countdown is going to be the hot drop area. That's where some of the best loot on the map is going to be right off the rip, and we're seeing only 1 team land there for now, it would seem, but with a couple of teams in close proximity. We're seeing Skyhook being taken up by Zissens and his crew. Brit Marie, they've taken Bloodhound's neck of the woods up there in the mountains, and maybe do the trials if they can get some loot. But that's always a tough rotation if the circle pulls heavily south. We're seeing Last Chance boys now. It's not quite their last chance to get some points. That will be, of course, the next game, but they could do with a pretty tasty one here.
Yeah, if Last Chance boys are able to get a really solid game, either this game or the next game, they're going to be very difficult to beat unless, you know, another one of our top 3 teams is in contention during the end games. They've been pretty consistently rocking this Loba. I believe one of only 2 teams to do so. And you know, it's been extremely good for them in the situations where they would be in a solid position anyway. You know, they're able to really control the high ground on that Olympus game that we had previously, but sometimes we've been seeing them die off very early, and you know, you can't help but wonder if they had a Wraith in those situations, would they have been able to get out of the sticky spots that they were in and potentially get some scrap points compared to what they're doing now, which is obviously more of an increase on their already positional advantage.
That's the question I was going to ask you. When you do opt to choose the Loba over the Wraith, is it a case that you need to really get to the end game circle and predict it as quickly as possible in order to set up and make sure that you're not caught out in basically wide open terrain where you're getting a shot? You know, you obviously have the Valk to get out, but if barring you don't have the ult ready, or you've used it a little bit prematurely, and then you're in a case where you're out in the open, is it a situation where if you're the Loba, get as much information as you possibly can on where the circle is going to finish and get in and around that neck of the woods and set up for endgame?
Yeah, you don't play Loba really without the Valkyrie. It's very rare to see a Loba not synergize with a Valkyrie. There's a reason that Loba's only really been seen since Valkyrie came into the meta. Her ability to provide both beacon and rotational tools to the team, it's unparalleled really, and being able to just, you know, slap a Gibraltar on a composition never hurts in terms of, you know, your fighting ability and just generally being the most flexible legend in the game.
One team that have slapped the Gibraltar into their mix is going to be Wisps. They've got coupled with the Octane and Revenant, so that would suggest they're going to be just a little bit more aggressive than the Loba Valkyrie setup. But Red Dragon, they're in a fight in and amongst themselves. They've already gotten a knock secured. We can see the Gibraltar set up upstairs and trying to fire warning shots down below, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop this push, and it isn't. It's going to be Mob who are getting handled readily here. Down to a 1v2, but this player's trying to play this bubble as expertly as he possibly can, but the writing was on the wall, and down goes his Sofu, and Red Dragon pick up, like you said, 3 pretty decent points.
Yeah, this is quite a contended POI on the map. You know, the new siphon style of the map with the big unplayable areas between the buildings. It's nothing like what it once was. It's like Sorting Factory, you know. Sorting Factory, with everything being able to be crossed quite freely, there's not a lot of areas without cover in the old variant of the map. You know, you could pretty much just run down any team you want, but in this Siphon version, it's very difficult to punish teams unless you land at the same building, which is obviously exactly the scenario that we saw out of this game.
It's quite difficult when you do get your team positioned in and around that Siphon area, and particularly we see a lot of teams try to position on the roof to rain down shots, but you've just become a beacon on the map, a target for everybody to fire shots of, and someone that's already positioned up top is Sports Lab. They've got themselves positioned nice and high with that Valkyrie, and instead they're going to go with the 2 thick boys in Caustic and Gibraltar. They've got the gas bubble combo. That's going to be no fun for any team that wants to try and push through there, as Livery firing out some scout shots, and it's already upgraded quite nicely, but now also receiving shots in the back, so has to be careful. That charge rifle taking 2 shield cells right off the rip. That gold armor is going to pay dividends right now and indeed later on, but Astralis putting down some decent damage here. Still 18 squads remaining up towards Skyhook and the north end. I wonder if that's the team that did early drop towards Trials, being contested in this building as the Gibby defensive bombardment is dropped down, but Hestia keeping a close eye on this third party team, and no doubt will be trading that information over to his teammates to ensure they're not the victim of a third party, because that could could hurt their chances of winning this tournament if they are caught very early here, especially with it being a double points situation. Just baiting this team into doing something. Gibby Bubble has gone down, and of course a defensive bombardment. You've got something to say, Ali. You have the floor.
I was saying this is a very disrespectful fight from Astralis. They went straight in. The Gibraltar was the first in the building alone, whilst the other 2 players anchored. They seem to think that they have a complete dominating fight set out in front of them, and while that may be true, the third party on their back seems to have inspired them to go straight into this fight. That they've won quite decisively, but you know, you can't help but wonder if this was maybe one of our top teams in the lobby potentially, would this have gone quite as well for Astralis? I think the lack of pressure maybe showed them that this team was not going to be as much of a threat in the fight, but it was very risky sending, you know, with the formation that they were in, with Sabron going straight into the building by himself immediately.
It's not often you see a Gibraltar being used as an entry fragger, but that's exactly what we've seen. Such as disrespect that they gave that other team, and perhaps the information they did receive is they weren't being given enough resistance to stop the push, so they maybe thought the other team was indeed a weaker squad, either it be resources, armor, or indeed just lesser players, and perhaps that is why they decided to take those points. And with the double points on the board, they took that push, they took those KP, and they roll on through the rest of Skyhook, and perhaps are going to hunt down this team, because they must know now as well, Ali, they didn't get third party that time, so why not are this other team ripe for the picking?
Yeah, I think the Astralis boys are here to win this tournament. I don't think they're content with the place that they're in right now. They are running headfirst into every fight they get, and on the Skyhook side, so isolated and so, you know, advantageous for teams who know how to fight like Astralis. They're looking to get some incredible points in the latter half of the series.
Shouldn't see any teams rotating in towards Skyhook to be a third party, but over here now towards Survey Camp, Bombarders are in a world of hurt on grey armors for the most part. Down goes the Caustic, and not only does that handle the gun, that also means there will not be any more Caustic traps to stop this push. It's just the Watson left alone, and What Beast, or Valkyrie rather, What Beast left solo dolo to be the rat and try and survive. Can he tap into his inner Master Splinter and prioritize survival here? No more Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for him as he makes his way towards these tunnels, and if he can find a sewer or two to locate and to sit in. That would be ideal for him. But Bombarder's down to just the one solo member left, perhaps looking at going and retrieving those banners at some point. But the time it looks like required, Hacken has less than 30 seconds or so left, and indeed the same going to be with the Caustic player as well in Pulsner. Plenty of action still to come. 17 squads remaining. As we see this Valkyrie team in underrated, they're descending onto Survey Camp and they're looking to get frisky. Gibby Bubble goes down just to secure that building. They will see some resources in there, that death box as well. So free resources for them, and of course we've seen the Valkyrie already gave up that building after losing 2 teammates, and that all but solidifies him as the final rat on that team, as he will not be able to secure those banners and most likely would have been out of time anyway. One Caustic team moves out, another one moves right in. K-Swinny putting down those gas traps, and no doubt they'll be much harder to evict. You'll need more than just a court summons to get them out of this building. Dazo, Jezza and K-Swinny set up for success, predicting this will be one of the final circles. They have that information already provided by the Valkyrie and Jazaz, and they can just play a wait and see game now. Let the herd start to thin out. They can survey the land and survey their options when the time comes to it. Firing across some warning shots to this other team, but I don't think we'll see much from it. There'll be no push, there'll be no pull. Both these teams will give each other some respect and know that they have both set up quite well for this end game. Just warning shots is all it's going to require. They will have the information now that K-Swinny's on that goal, but Loba, the ult is down and starting to sweep up all that ammunition, all that good stuff, so they can maybe look to pocket anything that they want to hold on to for later on, because if not, Loba will take it. It's an interesting tactic as well, Ali. You put the Loba down, and even if you don't necessarily want the light and the heavy ammunition, you take it anyway, because that means that one team who doesn't have that Loba can't use it later on.
Exactly, yeah. There's some incredible, micro efficiency techs that teams have learned with Loba coming into the meta. Just the most efficient way to take as much ammo as possible. But someone who's dishing out ammo is Pat Emery of Australis. Kills to his name already that we saw in the previous fight, and again the same level of disrespect. Formation wise, they have very little discipline, but it does not matter when they have the gun skill that they have and just the willpower they have to just run at these teams. They're probably not expecting the level of aggression that is being shown towards them. But Pat Emery single-handedly deterring a full Revenant push without taking a single point of damage. That level of choke from the team that they're fighting must mean that Australis are going to capitalize on that. They've shown that they have, as soon as they smell blood in the water, they are absolutely committing to that fight. And even another team behind, I imagine they'll commit to this as well. They speak the language of team fights, and that's exactly what they're saying to this team behind them.
Pat Emery and co of Australis, fluent in the language of team fights. But this isn't the language of love. This is pure unadulterated carnage. As shots get exchanged back and forth, and for one thing, that might just have saved that Revenant team's bacon, because now they've turned their attention to this team and they're completely clearing this tunnel of any of the riffraff. They're staking the claim. This is our tunnel, and if you want it, you're gonna have to fight tooth and nail for every inch of it. Such is the disrespect that they gave both those teams, but the really telling thing about that, Ali, is they fought 2 teams and they haven't lost a single member. So they're playing on song, the coordination, and as you say, Pat Emery able to send back that one Revenant push almost, well, actually completely single-handedly. So they will know that team that was pushing originally probably aren't and haven't got the mustard required to shake them from this tunnel. That's Pat Emery putting down some more damage. They're not done just yet. They're going in. You spoke about smelling blood. They're like sharks in the water now. They're feasting. Teamwork is on point. Allowing this member to get dropped back in. He's going to be what should definitely be free KP as they're positioned up on the top of that tower position. Just waiting for the drop. The Valkyrie trying to get away is down to Flesh as well, and Mask picks up and knocking the kill feed onto Rusky. Sabron pinging everything. Nice guy Jake also taking down kill feed is starting to light up now as these teams are forced into the concoction, the cocktail that is World's Edge now. They're all being mixed and blended into one, and the cream is starting to rise to the top as Astralis do claim this tunnel as their own, and they can choose to opt and rotate, to stick and to twist whenever they want to. The benefits of being one of the best teams in the lobby. When people even just see your skins, they back down. What's Astralis' next move here though, Ali? What's their rotation? Where do they try and play?
This all depends on whether the closest building to them in survey camp is taken. We saw the one just past that is taken by Underrated, or at least it was when we last checked in with them. So, you know, committing to a fight against that team without the knowledge that they have Caustic would be devastating for Astralis. But it seems that they've been able to walk into this building for completely free, and you know, that depending on where the zone pulls, they can probably pad to anywhere they need to. You know, going to the north side is kind of a nexus to be able to get wherever you want in this like type of zone, and with a pad they can get there completely freely.
Astralis have claimed this building for free, no rent charge this time around. Let's take a listen in and see exactly what the next plan is.
Tamam oğlum, annem geldi de. Aç kanka, aç, oynayalım, fark etmez bana.
Bak banner'ını aldı arka. Bak çıkacak.
Loot yapıyor.
Açtım. Phase attı. Go.
Oynadım içeri.
Silence'lı biri.
Bir canı var. Cibinin bir canı. One HP cibi.
54
One
vurdum
HP.
Metin'e cebinin. Nak. Oraya gittik ya tekrar.
Gir. Go.
Nak. Dom attım, ben naklanabilirim. Battayım.
İyisin iyi.
Şuradan sıkıyorlar.
Abron gold backpack'i var.
Alacağım.
Al kanka.
Uzaktan
Heavy'ye geçtim.
sıkıyorlar. Med'deyim. Kapıyı almışlar buranın.
Aldım kapıyı oğlum.
Mermi yetmiyor ya.
Orası da alanda gerçi ha. Oradan. Oraya geri mi dönsek? Ne yapsak?
Dönebiliriz. Mobile aynen.
Oğlum mouse'a bir şeyler oluyor ya.
Benim de FPS biraz düşüyor gibi.
Kendi kendine mal sıkıyorum.
Gel.
One HP kanka karşıda
Ben
ya.
karşıya tekrar geçiyorum.
Şuraya geçelim aynen. Domum yok Cem abi.
Oğlum alan burada değil mi?
Geçtim. Burası da
Alan-
safe kanka. Burası
alan...
da safe.
Kal
Oranın
burada kal.
kapıları
Burada
yok.
kal. Burada kal.
Tamam.
Bura daha ortada. Şu sarı deadbox nerede lan? Bir yerde sarı deadbox gördüm.
Heavy var mı
Dağda.
onda, bak bakayım.
30 evi var.
Light var mı? Light yok değil mi?
Yok.
Şurada dom atmış bak.
Bak dışarıda. Ulti falan attılar şuraya.
Okey.
Şu
Burası da
taraflara
var.
fokus olun. Domda var. Octane kim lan?
Kariçi var. Dikkat kanka, onlar
dikkat
iki
et.
kişi pik atıyor.
Onlar
Şurada
şeyler.
bak.
%500 gısıvayınlar onlar.
Şu kasteye bak
Abi
kastikli
bir can herif.
Arkadaş
What? O ne geziyordu orada? Şuradan oynuyorlar bak, şuradan oynuyorlar.
Aynen.
arkanıza neye dikkat
Hala
edin.
bak portal.
Alandayız.
Astralis, fluent in the language of team fights, and you can be forgiven if you don't speak the tongue. I can tell you one thing for certain: they didn't say rush B, but what they did say is let's kill the entire lobby and win the game. It's that simple.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to claim this building from, I believe it was Cosmic Crew, we won't be saying any of them for the rest of this game, is incredibly important for them. I believe Underrated must have rotated deeper into the zone, and in doing so, they unknowingly allowed Astralis quite a free path into this endgame, which is not good for any team other than Astralis. Whoever they decide to rev ultimate will have their game completely ended. And if Underrated are that team that they decide to aggress on, they will be kicking themselves for unintentionally allowing such a dangerous team into this end zone.
Astralis do not have a Pathfinder in their composition, but who needs it when the path is being donated to you? They've been given almost the strongest point on the map in that building, in that tube. All the surrounding areas are going to have to converge on that one spot. The only way I think positionally they're at a disadvantage is if a team takes the height over them, but such as the team surrounding them will be facing so much fire if they are indeed up top. And as you can see, Morning Stars and Mask and Co Nisa using that scout expertly well there, getting that knock onto Britt Marie. Will they go and try and secure that KP? It looks as though they're happy enough just to get the knock. Maybe sending Mask out there to do some damage. Maybe get a finish onto it and go back into the void and touch base with his teammates again, which he has just done. Return back to his teammates, but they're firing those shots now over towards Astralis, and they have that information. 2 members at least on red. So they will know
one thing
that push is going to be less than easy. Go ahead, Ali.
I was just going to say the one thing I've noticed from this game is that it's almost like an alternate timeline of what happened in our last World's Edge game. We've got the exact same zone, but the key difference for me is that Samsung Morningstars and Flavor of the Month came to no conclusion in their spawn fight. No team came out on top. They may not have even fought whatsoever. And both of these teams have managed to make it to this endgame. We still have Underrated holding pretty much the same position they were last time, towards the kind of northwest side. But now the zone pulls slightly towards the more urban side of Survey Camp, more buildings. They might be in an even more dominant position, being able to utilize Caustic even better than they could in the wide open zone last game.
It's an interesting point you raise. Teams positioned almost exactly as they were in the last game. Does that mean they have an opportunity here to right their wrongs? And with it being double points, it means more now than it did then, as Mox of SMS is back down into his building. Does have the security set up of those caustic barrels, though can't see us facing any sort of pushes here. Mask just popping out, firing some shots across, maybe trying to pick up a free knock if he can. Any sort of damage there could be telling. It's going to be caustic on caustic crime here, though. They're going to collapse on this, and it looks as though they're getting the better of it as well, and they have got the full wipe onto SP. Digital Play and Kuroko. That's the end of their game. Try as they might to cling on to that building, this digger equipment here with the tank tracks on it. Now they're in a very, very optimal position. Shame they don't have the doors to play with, so they will be a little bit vulnerable to the elements, and those elements being not rain or snow. There will be grenades, arc stars, incendiaries, as you can see them lighting up World's Edge. 2 respawn beacons down here on the door for Pat Emery and crew, and some huge shots taking down that player down to just flesh now, and he's trying to bubble peek, but he is handled by that other team. And now this caustic team in big trouble, and would not be surprised to see Pat Emery put down some big shots, which he does. This caustic is in the world of hurt. It's not long for this world, but the Wraith getting involved as well, deploying some sort of defense. Can he get an armor swap? Yes, he can. He's going to get involved once again. But the Wraith there has defended the life of that caustic like no man I've ever seen. I love teammates like that. Whenever I put myself positionally in a bad spot, I want to get out of jail free card. We could all do with a Wraith like that on our team.
I don't know if they actually were teammates. I believe that was an entirely separate team that came to the aid of that caustic.
That's even better. I need more enemies like that and help me get out of jail when I'm in trouble. If all my enemies were like that in a lobby, I could get some serious stuff done. Plenty of armor swaps here though. 4 Morning Stars positioned just below Astralis. We're at a full complement of players as well. 2 squads remaining. It's all coming down to this. Armor getting cracked left, right and center. Pat Emery in big trouble, but able to survive, and Astralis, they take the W along with the KP. We talked about them being fluid in the language of team fights. That's come up trumps. They had the tunnel. They had every single piece of land that they ever wanted. Got very minimum resistance when they came into fights. They claim victory in game number 5, and double points are going to be beautiful for this team.
Yeah, I mean, the theme of that game really, the rich just got a whole lot richer. Every single team on that end zone, I believe we had Space Pigeons, we had Alliance Underrated, Australis of course, and even Last Chance Boys. Everyone in the end zone was already in, high contention. So, the points that they got in that game could really shift up the top end. We were discussing more towards the middle of the pack how they could kind of overtake each other, but the leapfrogging towards the top will be even more interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder where this does leave Astralis. We will get those points all totaled up, but what it does mean is if they are comfortably in the top now, ahead by 20 or so points, surely there has to be a decision made by one of these other teams that we need to eliminate this team or risk losing the tournament.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely. Astralis, I think they were one of the only Revenant teams now. They've kind of petered out a lot more. Maybe we'll see some more for an all or nothing kind of last game scenario. But, you know, once you see the Revenant skin, they don't have really the defensive utility like some of the Caustic teams might to be able to stop a push. As long as they get the pressure on some of these teams, we talked about them being disrespectful in their team fights. They smell blood and they go for it. As long as you can identify them before they can identify you, you might be able to really catch out Australis and stop them from running away with this tournament.
It's an interesting point. A key to success could be, in fact, that you go on the offensive against Astralis, because, like you said, they don't have that defensive support from the likes of a Caustic. You know, they have the Gibby, but that can only tell for just so long enough. When you put that bubble down, once you're out in the open and it goes away, you're in a very vulnerable position. So maybe one of these teams has to take the hit, put out a hit list onto Astralis, and let's stop them in their tracks here, because if they go on and have even a somewhat decent game here, they could find themselves in contention, if not in contention, winning the whole tournament. So it'll be interesting to see what way it's going to shake out in terms of Legends compositions. Will teams start to set up differently? Will Astralis change? Will they go for a more defensive approach? They've gotten so much KP now. Will they try and play a much safer game heading over onto Olympus and solidify themselves as one of the top 1, 2, or maybe even top 3 teams? Only time will tell. But it's certainly going to be interesting to talk about. One thing that we didn't talk about is the chances that maybe Flavor of the Month had to get themselves some more points in that game. We didn't see too much of them, and that's normally a bad sign for them.
Yeah, we didn't see any of them in the other game, obviously, with the spawn fight not turned into any kind of, not bearing any fruit for either side, which obviously means less resources for both teams, and a longer rotate to the survey camp side. We saw a very long rotate once again with that same zone. It's difficult to kind of tell what they could have done with the resources, because obviously the last spawn fight took so long. Both teams somehow made it to the end game, with SMS taking second. I'm not sure where FOTM kind of landed that game, but I did see them in the feed, so that they at least had some action going for them.
Well, we're talking about it. Let's just show the people exactly how that game shook out and where exactly Flavor of the Month did finish. Here's the match results. Astralis, of course, we've seen 50 points on the board, 13 KP. What a game they had. Underrated, they picked up 34, and that'll do their cause the world of good. Samsung, Morning Stars, SMS picking up 32, Alliance 24, and there is Flavor of the Month just below Last Chance Boys, just picking up the 16. Space Pigeons, who we did see win our last Olympus game, and how they could look and see and would love to see another win go their way over towards Olympus. But there's all the scores from that game. Let's see what it looks like in total before we head into Olympus. Underrated, 110 points. Astralis, 12 points adrift of them. And then Flavor of the Month knocking in third place on 85 points. And then there is quite a significant drop off to all the other teams. Last Chance Boys positioned in fourth on 62 points, and then Alliance again, all underrated, have over double the points of Alliance in fifth place. That is how telling and how good of a game, a good of a series they have had in these first initial 5 games. It's going to take a mammoth chance and a mammoth effort to topple these guys, but Flavor of the Month, those top 3, Flavor of the Month and Astralis, they are definitely in a position to tumble down underrated, but they need to do it, you would think, early game here. Ali.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for teams other than Australis and Flavor of the Month to kind of even scratch the lead that underrated have. We discussed earlier about potentially teams looking to kind of punish, these top teams, identifying them through composition, skin, whatever it may be. And there's no more really identifiable teams than, the Caustic of underrated or the Revenant of Australis. So, these two teams really noticeable on the map and, potentially, as we say, punishable.
Yeah, well, we heard in a listen-in with Cosmic Crew, they were able to recognize that K-Swinny was just below them. So a similar situation has to come to fruition, you would think, on Olympus. When you see a Revenant, you might think, okay, well, that could be underrated. Maybe it is underrated if you've seen them throughout the lobby, and especially if they're showing up on the kill feed, getting kills. And perhaps it's an opportunity for these teams who are, in the bottom 10 at least. To if they're not going to win the tournament, they can at the very least, although it might not seem sportsmanlike, to get in and get involved with that underrated team. Because if we're not winning it, then you're certainly not either.
Yeah, we've seen some kind of counter strategies to this. It kind of mirrors the match point, unofficially of course, but it kind of mirrors the match point format of ALGS, wherein you'd look to grief teams by their signifying factors, as we said, the composition. But sometimes those teams on the high points will switch off their more signifying playstyle, skins, characters, whatever, and look to potentially, completely change their look, disguise themselves so that they will be less focused by some of these other teams to vary in success.
So what you're saying is look out for the default skins that could be underrated in disguise, trying to go full Metal Gear Solid, hiding under a cardboard box, trying to tap into their inner Sam Fishers, their Solid Snakes. We'll see how it gets on for them, and if indeed they do opt to change their skins just to solidify themselves as one of the top teams. Alliance, Vibes, Hackis, and Yuki. Hackis being one of the best in-game leaders in the game, and how he needs to guide his team to a successful game here to get as many points as possible. Underrated. They're going for the Gibby, Caustic, and the Valkyrie. So they have adjusted things ever so slightly, if I'm not mistaken. And they will have
Doesn't seem like any changes, actually. I'm pretty sure that's what Underrated have been running the whole series. Among our top teams, I don't think there's been any changes, any attempts made to mitigate the bounty on their head, essentially.
That's an interesting thing that they could do, is change the comp a little bit, but they decided we run this town, and barring that, we will definitely run Olympus. We'll play exactly what Legends we want, and we'll do with it whatever we please. And we're seeing these teams split out. Of course, last time we seen Flavor of the Month getting Hydroponics and Elysium for free, and it's happened again. That's free loot for Flavor of the Month in both those names locations. Alliance set up over towards Oasis. So an interesting spot for them. They'll be able to get some decent loot in their back pockets as they start to move around. Orbital Cannon looks to be set for one team as well. There will be some contesting over towards the towers though, as we're seeing Shadows and co already fighting with Wraith and the team. So we might see some early door engagements here from Bombarders. As What Beast, Hacken, and Posner set up with those caustic traps, and there must be a team nearby here around these towers ready for some smoke. Happy to play a little bit defensive.
It's interesting to me that Bombarders are opting to play the non-towers side. There's significantly less loot in the non-towers area, much easier to push, and obviously, the most fundamental FPS concept, the high ground is not in their favor. So I can't imagine a world in which Bombarders push this other team successfully. They just kind of put themselves in a position where they loot and run, as their play is completely forced unless they get some miraculous level of entry, which they don't seem to have the weapons to be able to accomplish.
Let's have a listen in with Bombarders to see exactly how they're going to navigate these next few moments.
Oši, pojďte sem, pojďte tady dolů, běžte, jestli se dostanete. Pojď, mám 10% do ultiny.
Já jsem tu už.
Pojď.
Starý, pene v pohodě.
Jo. Taky ty taky? Pojďme klidně dolů, mám 10% do ultiny.
Dobré, bežím.
Chceme někam odletět.
Toto možno ještě polútit.
OK, pak můžeme odletět.
tam nešli.
Máš nějaký shield 9, já nemám žádný.
Já ti hodím 2.
Já ti hodím. Baterku a hodil jsem 3 shield celý, jo?
Dík.
Já jsem nechtěl, protože oni tam dali loba shop, tak jsem se bál.
Máme zónu.
Já vím, ale kam půjdem, co půjdem hrát, víš?
Tak to je to ani nejhorší.
Rampage s modrým tam je.
Asi to vemu, já nemám nic.
Mám ultimát celé na jeden.
Tady máš jak jen tajto.
Můžeme ještě tady lootit.
Nevidím jak accelerant, prosím tě.
Hážem ti ho na zem.
Jeszcze další termite.
Mapa? Pěkně v piči mapa. Tady je další accelerant.
Masová asi někdo podal, co?
Koukaj, furt na věci koukaj.
Velká tady letí.
Comms, very calm. Not too much to speak of. Just discussing their rotations, pinging loot for one another. I don't have to understand the language to know exactly what's transpiring. One thing is for sure, they're definitely not talking about what they're having for dinner. As we see this purple armor on the ground, Yuki opting not to utilize it. Perhaps it's dead, and a fight must have been ensued here, because the only way he's using that ult is if he's surrounded by a team, and they must have won it for the moment. They backed that team down, so interesting play from them. They have Crafter here as well. Pick up any of those backpacks or resources that they do require. In the early doors, we've lost 2 teams to speak of. I haven't seen any of the heavy hitters in the kill feed just yet, though. So that would not symbolize that any of the big heavy hitters tournaments are over and they cannot add any more points to the board. As we switch over now and we have a look at the top down, and we're seeing Iceland and co in hot pursuit of this team, and we are going to switch over as well. Beautiful work from the observing team, locating that fight for us to wag our chins at. Tarteo Esports, who played really well early in the tournament, taking down Alliance on a couple of occasions, and the All-Stars paying dividends. It is going to get a nerf, but it's not nerfed right now for Tarteo Esports, and the Caustic just stuck and caught on the door and cannot get himself to safety, but literally using that Octane jump pad, but coupled with the ability shown by Valkyrie to show there's enemies that way as well. He knew not to rotate that way, and maybe he can touch base again with his teammate Rusky, but they have lost Marmoth in the process of playing that Gibraltar, and that could pay, they could pay a hefty price now come the end game if they're unable to secure that banner, which it looks as though they have no intention of going back and recovering. So come the end game with so much open terrain to navigate, without the use of that Gibby bubble, they could be in big trouble here, Ali.
Yeah, that's one of the clutchest uses of one of the most underrated parts of Valkyrie's kit I think I've ever seen. The scan to be able to show them exactly where the 2 third parties were coming from. Essential for the Octane player to get out unscathed. I was praising Iceland's anchoring ability earlier, but as we just saw in this replay, one thing I cannot praise is the fact that he missed every single shot on this Octane in that initial engagement. That gave a free entry for Tarteo Esports to be able to win that fight. Not cleanly, mind you, but they won that fight, and that will be the end of the tournament for the team of Iceland. But speaking of the clean team fight, they may have an opportunity to go back and get the banner of Mammoth.
They are heading back towards that direction. 10 seconds to play with, so no doubt it's all down to whether the Octane can secure it. He has hit that launch pad as well. 4 seconds though. It's definitely going to be down to the wire, and they have secured it.
Very nice.
Against all the odds. So you were praising Iceland's shots, and you were firing shots, but unlike his, yours are connecting nicely onto him. They have received and recovered that banner, and no doubt will be looking to find the next closest respawn beacon as they're heading now over towards Oasis and those dreaded towers we all know and love. They are starting to retreat now. They should be able to get that teammate back with no problems whatsoever. And you're saying unfortunate. Guide me through why.
The respawn beacon by the survey beacon just to the west of Bonsai had been taken, it seems. So they were prioritizing... In fact, no, it's not been taken. So they prioritized the loot of Oasis over the safety and defensibility of that compound, which may come back to bite them, as I believe we did just see a team Valcult towards them. Much more pushable on the Bonsai side than they are towards that no-name compound. They have much less presence in that area than they would need to be able to spot this incoming team. And you know, if they hadn't killed him previously, they could use the anchoring abilities of Iceland to be able to spot that team coming in, because it seems like they are incredibly huddled and just looking for loot more so than they are the safety of this final game.
They are positioned nicely over towards Bonsai, which I wrongly called Oasis, and I thank you for not calling me out in front of everybody, but instead I will do it for myself. I will call myself out. Never let yourself off the hook, but always take responsibility. But one man trying to take some defensive capabilities, using that longbow, throwing some nades up into the air, trying to drop them down onto the enemy team. Using that longbow to great effect, putting down some initial damage for Cosmic Crew is Yori. Trying to line up some players, is receiving some damage, and that was quite close down there in the garden. He fires those warning shots, and he does connect this time. 60 damage is going to do it, but he does lose his arm shield in the process, and this is just posturing, it would seem, from both teams. Neither of them really looking to get involved, but they do have to rotate very shortly.
Yeah, this garden side is incredibly congested. Maybe some teams falsely assuming that the zone would pull here. Their misread zone has really messed them up in a macro sense. They are in an unwinnable position for two of these teams. There's no way that Roger is able to get a safe rotate out of this area, especially when he used this portal so early and not used it to cross the area with zero cover. Unfortunately for them, they are not on a team with Valkyrie either, and they actually opt to not go directly towards the zone. They actually opt to play these stairs and have kind of a neutral rotate, potentially get the balloon towards Energy Depot side. But actually they do. They use it as kind of a stepping stone to get towards this area. Very well played by them. Unfortunately for them, there are no teams attempting to hold them, as the teams behind them are busy in their own engagement. Up until the point I say that, of course, in classic caster fashion, they start getting pressured from both teams, but they've made so much ground now that they should be able to get across safely with only the Gibraltar bubble for rotational utility.
We'll touch back with them a little later on to see how Roger Bodger and the boys get on. But right now, Yuki, Vibes and Hackis, they're in a fight of their own, and they've picked up another kill. It's just Alliance doing what Alliance does. Another KP secured for them. Arcstar up into the air. It's not raining sleet, it's raining arc stars, and that's going to hurt if it does connect, which it doesn't. Gibby Bubble did go down, but it was only used as a go-between. A little bit of cover as they made their escape, but they are going to be hunted down. But unfortunately, what Alliance are doing here is rotating. This is the stairs that Roger Bodger and co were positioned on a little bit earlier. Alliance look as though they would want to fight any man, woman or child. They will fist fight anybody. They do not care. They do not discriminate. They will fight anyone. As they back down this team, we're desperately trying to evade up the hill. And they're like dogs. They just don't know who to go after. Like dogs chasing tires. Spoiled for choice, trying to get involved. Will it come back to bite them? It's Alliance, so probably not. They'll probably just keep on steamrolling, keep on moving. Such as their success for them, so far in the tournament.
The switch from Pathfinder has meant that if they do get, a bit too antsy, they don't have the mobility to really hurt themselves with that. They're playing a much more restricted composition now. They do have to play more to formation rather than attempting individual challenges on every individual that they find.
Yeah, they're essentially going to have to be extremely coordinated now. Can be no single pushes. It has to be all in tandem with one another as they do the dance. It takes 2 to tango, but it takes 9 players to third party. We're seeing Yuki firing some shots across. Did get some lovely damage as well onto that player position in that second floor of that compound, but he's opted not to push it this time around. Just playing those long lines of engagement with that 3 times on the R301. Not hitting very hard, but definitely hitting enough. It's no tickle, I can assure you of that, and that will just keep on draining the resources of the players around them. Down to just 10 squads now. As we see Andy Jax and his team do get eliminated in 11th position. Just outside any sort of positional points that they could have gotten. So right on the bubble there for them. Mox of SMS Morning Stars. Samsung on the rotate into the red. I'm not against this in any way, shape or form. Avoid any of the gunfights. Slide yourself over towards Tower 2. And they'll take that top floor. They have this all to themselves and plenty of cover in there too. And they're positioned in quite a nice little position now. But they will have to rotate again with a team that looks as though positioned right below them. They're going to take that fight head on. But there's going to be 2 teams awaiting their rotation, so they might have to wide rotate if it comes to it. Are they unaware of this team below them, or is that a ping signifying where that player is located? And if that team that they are indeed looking at is down a member or 2, that will be the freest KP they're likely going to get in Australis. Pat Emery, we've seen them win the last game and win it pretty handedly as well, it must be said. They're on a collision course with underrated in this tournament. So if we do see those teams lock horns, it could very well spell danger in tournament life, tournament placings as well. As we switch over to Sabron on the Gibby, using some shield cells just to get himself back to full strength. That will be helpful if any pushes come through. Is there anything you're noticing on the flip side over here, Ali?
The SMS situation, you know, we expected maybe some kind of fight between them and Corvus FPS's team. Nothing like that has happened. They've just kind of freely gotten 2 kills out of nowhere, which is very unfortunate for Australis. I was expecting some kind of dynamite situation where Australis were going to just kind of explode all over that north side. You know, rack up even more kill points than they already have this tournament. But no such luck for them. The fight comes in too late for them to actually capitalize off it, and it's not even really a fight at all. SMS getting 2 free points, which is what they really need to solidify their final placing, because it does seem like that will be the final thing they do this game. Flavor of the month, bullying them from, I imagine, quite a safe position at long range. 2 knocks down already, and Australis looking to get incredibly aggressive on whatever is happening just beyond the wall, with Sabron anchoring, as is also essential in this aggressive playstyle.
Just beyond the wall. Let's hope there's no White Walkers over that neck of the woods. Well, he is going to use that totem and become a bit of a Red Walker. And will he get sent back? You see his 2 teammates get sent back, and the time limit is starting to expire on that. No doubt he's going to try and get as close as he possibly can. Uses that bubble, as it looks as though the Octane did run out of steam in that totem and was almost put in a compromised position, but managed to escape with his life, and they're still at full strength, our Australis. They do have a pretty decent spot set up now. As you can see, the circle starting to close up now. Teams again getting nice and familiar with one another. We've seen the third party drop down of Taylor, gets a kill onto a solo rat. It's going to be the end of their tournament. And a free KP.
Look how far away
we're
he
going to
is
see
as well.
them. Such
He's
is the
playing
confidence.
so far away from his team. Is I believe the rest of FOTM are all the way on the east side of this zone on the wall, and you know, Taylor's running good like 100 meters away from his team. But they know they can do that because they solidified so much space in the early game, you know, pressuring teams away. This is how FOTM really run these final zones. But they're gonna have to have a little more discipline with a team like Alliance, who are very adept at punishing these mistakes.
Flavor of the month. Alliance underrated. All still alive here, and they have a date with Destiny. Let's have a listen at Alliance and see how they're getting on.
One left. Is that a solo?
Are you free, go?
Valk 60.
Can we just dome up and kill him?
I'm down, I'm down.
Wraith, heal up
Minus
first.
70 Wraith.
Yeah, then we go, Yeah. Ready?
Got a guy behind me here. Wait, it's first base. We need to thirst him, he's first base team.
Which way?
They're patting him. We need to focus this. His first step is his team. His second place team.
Behind us.
They're pushing up.
Hakis,
Okay.
come back.
Yeah, come back. Just kill him.
Good.
Oh, I have to dome. They're standing. I'm almost moving.
Yo, he's one.
He's one.
5 is 1, alright. On your right,
Nice,
Valk 1, nice. Stay together. Mount the bubble.
You're fine.
On me.
Just rape, shooting.
He's one.
I'm shooting, nice.
Heal up, I'm holding.
Behind there, vibes. Behind there.
You're fine.
Okay.
Pressing.
No worries, brother. I got you.
Hop in a Phoenix.
Yeah, go for it.
Dropping a lot of bats here. We need to push again.
I need a medkit.
Lot of here.
Nice, push it.
We need to hold left. We need to hold gatekeep left side. Just be careful right side as well, though.
Yeah.
Do you have
Both teams are here. Both teams are here on me.
any more light? Whatever, fuck it.
I'm holding right side. I'm holding
One
right
team
side.
here.
I think
One
it's
team
a,
here.
yeah, it's a solo out here.
Let me scan, let me scan.
We
let me
need to
scan.
kill this team. We need to kill this. Second place team. Second place team. We need to kill them. Orc in that. Orc in that.
Okay.
Nading as well.
Wait, vibes are alone, okay?
GB. Oh, cracked. One HP, two of them.
I'm nading. Wait for that. They're fucked. I'm gonna nade after.
Yeah, we wiped them.
I'm here.
The other team is looking, though.
It's okay, that's okay.
There's an ulti nade.
One.
Yeah,
nade.
nade.
Box, mate. Look at that arc. Oh my god.
Netting.
Oh, 500 health!
Getting it,
500 damage!
GB dead.
Knock one. Underneath here.
Yeah.
Behind him off the shield.
Just spray it. Just kill him.
They're solo.
I'm pushing.
Scanning to you, boys.
Let's go. Good
Hold
shit.
on. Can you teams or look for the other team?
They're going the other side. On
We
me.
need to move around. We need to move around.
Fucking light. Got light.
On me.
They don't know.
Solo me.
Yeah, just kill him. Push up.
I'm batting.
Scanning for you.
Wait,
Scanning
they're
for
in
you.
the shop,
Hack his
they're
skill.
also in the shop.
Scanning for you.
Yeah,
They're right
good,
on you.
good.
He's all right on you. Right here.
Oh, kill him. Nice, good shot.
Last team.
I gotta heal. Look for me.
I need 100 on break.
Look for me.
Holding for you.
Oh my god. Fuck me, man. You guys got this.
Yeah, we're bubble fighting.
Oh, he's up. I might die.
Bubble fighting.
I thought they pushed. They're pushing.
You're alone, vibes. You're alone.
You're not pushing. I'm batting.
Come to me.
You can maybe rest. No, you don't go.
Alright, I'm my ulti. You might push this.
Shield me. Use my shield.
I'm dead. Dude, oh,
dead.
That's my bad for going down, boys. Fuck me, dude.
And just like that, the game is in the books. In that listen here, we heard Alliance putting so much emphasis on the fact that they could see the second place team and that they needed to die and they needed to kill them. They put the pressure on, but Flavor of the Month have swept in. They got that initial knock. They got that initial damage. They get the knock. They get the win. Flavor of the Month, that's going to do them the world of good now in terms of their points total. So I cannot wait to see how it all totals up when we do get them all solidified and locked in. But talk me through all those points, what we just seen. Alliance, they fought one team, they then got revolted, they managed to survive through that, they fought their way back, they stopped one team to the left, they stopped and killed the team to their right, they then put the pressure on that second place team, and Flavor of the Month show up at the very, very end, and unfortunately it was too much for Alliance to do. But in those listenings, is there anything that stood out to you there, Ali?
Yeah, that was just heartbreaking for Alliance there. They played that with the hearts, really. You saw the passion in the comms at the end. They knew that they were in a position to make the ultimate comeback, really. They were about 40 points down, I believe, from first place in the last game. Coming in with a win with as many kills as they had would have been incredible, an incredible turnaround, but the second place wasn't really to be from them. We saw Yuki kind of comms wise, he was very erratic, right? He was kind of being calmed down by Hackis, and that's why, of course, as you mentioned once or twice, Hackis is the #1 IGL as voted by a council of professionals. He did quite an uncharacteristic play at the end, Yuki. He was maybe too flustered in the moment, maybe doesn't have enough experience with the team. This is quite a new lineup for Alliance, and made probably a too aggressive of a push onto Flavor of the Month at the end. They had quite a clean 3v3 at the end. It maybe even would have favored Alliance with the utility that they had and the kind of choke point that they had, but it wasn't to be. And there was a lot of things Alliance could have improved on. I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves in VOD review later tonight.
Something you talked about is Yuki's a new addition and maybe just a little bit inexperienced when it comes to the other two members of the team. And of course, they come up against Flavor of the Month, the most experienced team of anybody in the tournament. They've been together through thick and thin. And perhaps the fact that he left himself that little bit overexposed, as you can see, he ran past one player who was ratting in the corner after it was scanned, such as he was caught up in the moment that he didn't even realize was a rat right beside him. And then ultimately he gets picked off in the end. And he's the player that falls first. He's exposed. He's left out in the open with no cover to Flavor of the Month. And if you do that, you basically leave yourself in their hands, and they took every last bit of his health and took him to the respawn screen. And ultimately, that one little misplay from him, after playing flawless, it must be said, throughout the rest of the game, but that one play at the very end has cost him the victory in that last match.
Yeah, I think even from the FOTM point of view, that 3v2 was not perfect whatsoever. Vice could have really punished them with the Gibraltar ultimate had it been applied appropriately, I think. But it wasn't to be, and again, heartbreaking for the Alliance guys.
It wasn't to be, but what is to be is the match results. Let's take a look at it. Alliance picking up 50 points. Flavor of the month, 48. So 2 huge games from both those teams. And Alliance actually finishing on more points there than Flavor of the month, despite finishing second in the game. Such was how dominant their mid and early, even late game, it must be said, the amount of KP they were picking up, 16 in comparison to Flavor of the month's 12. Tortau Esports picking up the 5 kills and P3 as well. They were the team that just died in the latter stages there, picking up 24 points. And Astralis also picking up 24 points. So a good showing from all of them there. Let's look and see how it all shakes out at the total score combined after the 6 games. And there it is. Flavor of the month. I've picked up 133 points, winning by just 10 points. And how different the story that could have been had things gone a little bit differently for Astralis. That one misplay, that one stepping out when he shouldn't have, has cost Astralis a little bit. An Alliance and towards the end game as well. Unfortunate for them when they did pick up the P2 and how different they could have been as well had they got the points. Team Underrated finishing in 3rd place as well. So they pick up a decent chunk of change, 250 euros to be exact for 3rd place. So 800 euros for Flavor of the Month, who finished in up to the top of the leaderboards. Flavor of the Month with 133 points. And the only team in the whole tournament not to pick up a point, unfortunately for them, is going to be Pentalos and BR. They unfortunately were unable to pick up a KP throughout the 6 games, but such is the caliber of players. It is absolutely no shame to them whatsoever. But there we have it. Flavor of the month. They finish as your Trovo Titans Apex Legends champions, and they pick up the lion's share of the 2,500 euros. Congratulations to them. They also pick up quite a lot of Titan points as well, 80 to be exact. An unbelievable performance from them, picking up the 900 euros split between the 3 of them, you would think. So that's going to be a decent chunk of change for the boys. No doubt they had an unbelievable performance. Not only do you have the cash here, Ali, you also have the bragging rights against your fellow your professional players, excuse me.
Yeah, we discussed it at the start, right? They had a very poor first couple of games, made an incredible comeback. There's nothing but props to the Flavor of the Month guys.
Yeah, nothing but props and congratulations to them. The 2-time European champions can also do it in an even bigger stage on the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Finals. So congratulations to them once again. And what a tournament we had with these 20 teams. They didn't at any point let us down in any way, shape, or form.
No, yeah, the games today were really good. We haven't seen the Kings Canyon and Olympus competitive in a very, very long time, especially at this level. And to see Flavor of the Month, the most experienced team, come out with, being able to apply that experience to anything that the lobby would throw at them, it really speaks volumes as to how important the chemistry of that team is.
And for the other teams as well, Ali, we've seen so many good performances throughout the whole 6 games, and we have teams finishing in P2, P3, so they were there or thereabouts. Is there anything that they can maybe look back in the VODs and maybe correct things going forward?
I think it's a matter of making the most of those double points games, right? Like we saw some good performances across some of the games, but the teams in that region, they weren't consistent towards the latter half of this format. And if we're going to see this format moving forward, that's definitely something that teams need to workshop a lot more.
Well, that is going to be it for us over here at Trovo Titans. Congratulations once more to the boys on Flavor of the Month. What a performance they put in. We'll see you next time. Take care of yourselves.